and this honorable court. You may be seated.
Good morning. Today is March 3rd. Welcome to Lawrence County Municipal Court. I'm Judge Capper. We have several reviews to do for people who are having their file reviewed to see how they're complying with the court order. So when your name's called for that, come up to the table to your right. If you don't get called, think you should have, go check in with the clerk to make sure you're on the docket for that. Call reviews, please.
Joseph Adkins, Lexus Anderson, Amber Phillips, James Eastman, Jaron Edgington, Stephen Fletcher, Anthony Giamarco.
Joseph Atkins, it's 23,356, 23,260, 261. Okay, you've done 6 hours of community service since the last time you were here, and you still have community service left to do. Are you making any payment on your fine today?
Friday.
Okay, what are you going to pay Friday?
50.
Yeah. We got to get this community service done. I'm showing you still have 8 days left. Is that right? Sound right?
Yeah.
Okay, when can you be out for a day of community service?
I'll be here this weekend, Saturday.
Saturday?
Yep.
Okay. Are you working?
Yeah.
What's your work schedule?
I work midnight shift.
Mondays through Friday? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Which is better, Mondays or Fridays for your hearing?
Mondays.
Okay. All right, I'll set your next review hearing is April 14th. So write that down. That's a Monday, April 14th at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Alexis Anderson, 241605. Yes. Okay, I've got a report from OVP, says you're compliant. You have an appointment. Are you paying on your fines today?
Yes, sir.
How much?
100.
Okay, and you've got community service to do today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did 1 day since, well, recently. So you've got 9 more days to do.
Yes, sir. I'll be taking off work Friday to do Friday and Saturday for community service as well.
Okay. Yours is a newer case, so I'm going to give you longer before you have to come back for your next hearing. I'll make it April 28th, the last Monday of April. And that'll be at 9 a.m. for review. See the clerk to make the payment.
Yes, sir. I have a question.
Yes.
When I had court around election time, I had a driving permit that you had written me off. Would I be able to get a copy of that if possible?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
You should be able to get a copy. Let me see.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you are.
I didn't know if that was.
You can get a permit. I'll
Okay.
extend it. Go to see Mr. Major to do that in the
Yes, sir.
probation office.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
You are. Amber Phillips, 24,496. Amber Phillips. Okay, she has not appeared. She was at Hometown Recovery. Amber Phillips? Yes. Thank you. Okay, I guess I shouldn't have taken that commander off, should I? took the ankle monitor off and she quit going to treatment. She hadn't come to her hearing today.
Your Honor, if I may, she reached out to my office on Friday and is scheduled tomorrow for an assessment.
Yeah, well, you tell her she needs to come in because she's going to get a warrant for not appearing today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. James Eastman, 23/1864. All right, Mr. Eastman. Do you have a finance today?
No, not today, sir. I just got back to work.
And you were supposed to go to counseling, have you, for substance use? Have you done
I'm
that?
supposed to do my evaluation in 2 weeks.
And where's that gonna be done?
It's gonna be at the Madison County Hospital, the mental health office. I forget
Yeah, I
exactly.
put in here you were supposed to do that in your home county. Is Madison County your home county?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I gotta have proof of that. And when is your meeting?
In 2 weeks. And then they,
17th?
yeah.
Okay. All right, well, I'm going to schedule you for your next hearing on March 24th, the week after, and I need some proof that you've been there and what your assessment was.
Okay.
So March 24th, 9 a.m. is your next hearing.
That was the 24th?
Yes, sir. If you get started and are doing what you're supposed to, I'll let you appear by teleconference since you're far away. But so far, you haven't done anything. So if you want to avoid jail, and you've got quite a bit over your head, you're going to have to get on the ball and start doing what you're ordered to do. Okay. Next hearing is March 24th.
All right. Do I need to get anything from the office?
No.
Okay.
Jaron Edgington, 23/11/90. Jaron Edgington has not appeared today. So there'll be a warrant issued for failure to appear. Stephen Fletcher, 23/7/05. Community service is done, you've done some extra toward your fines. You have a payment today.
Yes, sir.
How much?
40.
Okay.
I'll be able to start paying more now. I start my new job today at the steel factory.
Okay. Well, congratulations. What's the name of the place you're going to be working?
Hamers. They make the boilers for the steel factories.
What's your work schedule going to be?
Monday through Friday from 5 in the morning till 4:30 in the evening.
Well, we're going to have to set a review. It's going to be a Monday or Friday. Which day is that?
Friday would be best, that's what my boss said.
Okay. I'll set your next hearing for April the 18th.
Okay.
At 9 o'clock. That's a review hearing. And once you pay it off, you can quit coming to the hearings.
Okay.
That's all. You've got your community service done.
The 18th?
The 18th, April 18th, 9 o'clock.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Anthony Gianmarco, 24/7/24. He was at Southern Hope.
He's still there, Your Honor. They're having some transportation issues. He's on his way, though.
Okay. Is he compliant?
Yes, he is.
Okay, he does have a good report, so if you want to call him off, that'll be fine, as long as he's in treatment, doing what he's supposed to. That's what this is for, to check and make sure he's doing what he needs to do.
Yes, sir.
I'll set his next hearing for April 4th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
April 4th, 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Olivia Huff, Kenny Ingalls, Thomas Jarvis, Aaron Jones, Brian Kitts, Catherine Monning, Carolyn Rayburn Slack.
Olivia Hoff, 2573. And she has appeared today, so it'll be a warrant issue for failure of hearing. Kenny Ingalls, 24,662, 663, 24,2136, 24,546, 19,847, 18,517, 18,518, 18,1289. These are Bethesda. Okay, it says that you're compliant with what you're doing there, but one of the things, you've been asked to stay away from an ex-girlfriend. And this is her request, and that you're non-compliant with doing that. So,
I'm asking for a transfer, Your Honor, to Southern Hope. I've
Denied.
already spoken with them.
denied. You're gonna stay where you are. You heard all the cases I read off on you, and some of them were felonies.
That's right, Your Honor, but it's, I've been
No
labeled.
buts. You're gonna do what you're supposed to, or you're gonna go to jail. Do you understand me, Mr. Ingalls? Mr. Ingalls, me.
Yes, sir.
Right here. You're gonna do it, or you're going to jail.
I understand that, sir, but
Okay.
they don't
that's
even
it.
object.
No ifs, ands, or buts. You stay away from this girl, you don't go around her, you don't contact her, and you do your treatment as you're ordered to, or you're gonna go to jail, and I'll add all this up, and I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a long time. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You
It's
know,
pretty
back me
simple.
up on this.
Okay, I didn't say you could leave.
Oh,
Back
my
over
bad.
here.
My bad. What's the next date, sir?
That's what I'm gonna give you right now. So I'm gonna have you come back pretty soon, just to make sure we got through with the signal of what you're gotta do. March 24th. So I'll see you in 3 weeks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
March 24th, and I'll see you sooner. If he doesn't follow my instructions, you can call and have him put on the docket. If he really acts up, you can call Mr. Major, and we'll have a deputy come out and pick him up. We've done that before.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thomas Jarvis, 23,972. Okay, he's got a report from Prestera, which is good. And she'll have some fine to pay. Are you paying on that today?
Yes, sir. I'm paying 20 on it today. I'm hoping in the next week or two I'll have it paid off.
Okay. See the clerk to make your payment.
Okay.
April 11th will be your next hearing. That's a Friday. Does it matter if it's Mondays or Fridays?
No, sir.
April the 11th, 9 o'clock.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Aaron Jones, 24,1871. Okay, fines are paid. You still have to do the community service. What about the driver intervention program? I don't see you've done that.
I have paid the deposit on the 13th through the 16th class. I will be appearing to that one. I believe Michelle was supposed to be here this morning. I'm not sure if she's here. I will be picking up the last paper to the last 16 hours of my community service, and I'll be turned in as soon as this is over.
That is correct, John. He turned community service in this month.
Okay, so that, you're doing the dip school this month?
Yes, the 13th through the 16th. That will be paid off next week.
And Your Honor, he does have the proof of the other community services in this one's phone. I told him I needed a paper copy of it.
All right, you've done well then. I'm going to set another hearing, but I'm going to expect that you'll be done, you won't have to come back.
Absolutely.
I'll set it for May the 2nd. If you finish everything, confirm that with either Mr. Cooper or Mr. Major, you don't have to be here because you'll be finished. May 2nd, 9 o'clock.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Brian Kitts, 22-2478. Okay, you still have fine to pay. You did your community service. You have payment on your fine.
Yeah,
How much are you paying?
$100.
100?
Yeah.
Okay. See the clerk to make that payment. Does it matter if it's Mondays or Fridays?
No, it doesn't matter.
April 14th will be your next hearing. April 14th, 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome. See the clerk to make your payment. Catherine Mine, 24-568. Here, first review. You did your community service. And you made a payment this morning.
Yes.
Okay. I'll do you the same. This is your first hearing, so I'm going to schedule you in May. Get everything done by then, which you should. You don't have to come back.
Okay.
May 2nd, 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Carolyn Rayburn.
And Slack. One case is under one name, one is under my other, is that my married name?
Okay, 11, 1053, 12, 18. And all you have to do is pay fines and costs.
Right, because of the case that was continued over, the other case to the 16th, and me trying to move, I have $25, that's all I can pay this time.
Okay, that's fine. As long as you make an effort.
Yeah, I mean.
People in jail that are trying to make a good faith effort, because I can fill up the jail with people who don't make a good faith effort.
Right, thank you very much.
If we had a bigger jail, it might put more people in it, but we are always overcrowded, so that's a factor I have to consider.
Thank
Okay,
you.
April 4th is your next hearing.
Okay.
You get it paid off, you don't have to come back.
Is that at 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock.
Okay.
And you're making a $25 payment today
Yes, sir.
to the clerk.
Yes,
To the
sir.
clerk.
Yes.
That finishes the review.
Thank you.
We still got some more review.
Am I finished? Okay, thank
See
you.
the clerk.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Logan T. Wright, Kenneth Roberts, Otis L. Sexton, Brittany Smith, William Spalding, Robert Wells, Matthew White, Michael Wood.
Okay, Logan Wright, 24-512. Logan Wright hasn't done anything on his case, and he hasn't shown up today, so to get a benchmark. Kenneth Roberts, 24-582. Kenneth Roberts. Same thing. Hasn't done anything, and hasn't appeared, so it'll be a warrant. Otis Sexton, 24-770. Also, no activity on his case and hasn't appeared. Be a warrant for failure to appear. Brittany Smith, 24-171. She's at RRS, or has been. for initial assessment and didn't come for any follow-up after that.
Well, Your Honor, she has been very sporadic on sessions. I've reached out to her this morning, staff's reached out to her in the past few weeks, and we just get nothing.
Okay. Well, she may still show up here today late, because it looks like that's one of her things that she does, so. But she hasn't appeared, it's almost 10 o'clock now, I'm scheduled for 9, so it'll be a warrant issue for failure to appear.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you have contact with her, you'll let her know she needs to get in here
Yes,
right
sir.
away. William Spalding is here, 23,512. Got community service and fines to pay. All right, Mr. Spalding, what say you? Do you have a payment on your fines?
I paid $100 this past week, Your Honor.
Online or what?
I brought it in. They gave me a receipt.
Okay, was it on, did it go on another case?
It did, Your Honor. I couldn't find the file before the payment at the time. It's noted on the computer.
Okay, it is.
It's made on the top and not be located.
All right, we've got it now. Okay, and you've got community service to do too.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your
You
Honor.
gotta get that done.
Yes, Your Honor.
When can you be out?
Pardon?
When can you come out for community service?
I've just been fighting the flu bug for the last couple of weeks, and just as soon as I feel good enough, I promise I'll get it taken care of, Your Honor.
Okay, how about next Saturday?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, got you down for that, so that's the 15th of March.
Okay.
I'll set your next hearing. You can do Mondays or Fridays, right?
Pardon?
You can do Mondays or Fridays.
Either one, Your Honor.
April 14th.
Okay.
It's your next hearing, that's a Monday, so if you want to write that down. Your next hearing is April 14th, 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Mark Wells is here. And all you have to do now is fill out the fines, I believe. So do you have a taken on your fines?
Yeah, 10.
Okay. See the clerk, make your payment. April 4th is your next hearing, 9 o'clock.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Matthew White, 23,576. He said Southern Hope. Okay, it's a good report.
I'm going to put 20 on my fines today, too, Your Honor.
How much?
20.
Okay. You have a job now? or-
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Where you working?
IHOP and Russell.
All right. Put you down for 20.
Can we do Mondays, too, because I work
Yes,
Fridays?
sir.
Thank you.
April 14th, that's a
April
Monday.
14th.
That'll be your next hearing, April
Yes, sir.
14th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
9 o'clock. Good job, Mr. White.
Thank you.
See the clerk. Michael Wood, 24,436. All right, Mr. Wood, you just got sentenced January 27th. What's going on with your case? Anything on it?
I was going to pay $50 today and start community service this week, and I have an appointment for my rehab or outpatient today, also at 2:30.
Okay, where are you getting your treatment?
It's at King's Daughters Outpatient and Wellness.
Okay, bring me a report next time from you
Yes, sir.
as to what you're doing. And what's the dates you're going to be out for community service?
I was going to do Saturday this week.
Okay. So that's the 8th. Mr. Cooper's got you down for that. We'll see you on April the 4th as your next hearing at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we're going to start the arraignments now. That's the new cases. So anybody out in the lobby that's got a new charge or a warrant on an old charge, you need to come in now. The bailiff is going to call the names of people that have arraignment hearings. And when your name is called, come up to the table to your right. Stand there, I'm going to go over the charges with you. You don't have to agree with the charges, but you have to understand what you're charged with. It may not be true. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. But if you do make statements, what you're saying is all being recorded. It's on the record. So if you admit something about the case, the state could use that against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail. You have a right to make the state prove any charge beyond a reasonable doubt. A guilty plea or a no contest plea waives your rights to have a trial and a lawyer. You shouldn't waive your rights if you don't understand the proceedings. If you want to talk to a lawyer, if you want to have a trial on your case for any of those reasons, you should enter a not guilty plea when you're asked for a plea. So please mute your microphone. Okay. Bailiff will call the first case.
State of Ohio versus Christina M. Thompson, case number TRD 25-330 A and B. Christina Thompson.
Christina Thompson. Christina Thompson's been called for, has not appeared. She decided to be here today at 9 a.m. About 9:55. She's failed to appear. So it'll be a capious issue for her arrest to the OSP, which was the citing agency.
State of Ohio versus Jared D. Nance, case number TRD 25-348.
And sir, are you Jared D. Nance?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nance, the state is alleging that on February 26th at 1:14 a.m. in the village of South Point, you were operating a motor vehicle with a license that was suspended. That's actually it's a unclassified misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is $500 community service and a $1,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead?
Guilty.
Do you have an explanation?
I was 1 day late on my reinstatement payment, so my license are valid now. They were valid the next day. I just didn't get paid until the day before, and I didn't make the payment.
Okay. We'll check it, and we'll recall you. We're going to check to see if you are valid, and we'll recall you after you do that.
Right, no problem.
Okay. Let's have a seat. We'll do recall.
State of Ohio versus Kyle Maynard, case number TRD 25-366, TRD 16-3334.
And sir, you're Kyle Maynard?
Yes, sir.
State's alleging that on February 27th at 11:14 p.m. in Fayette Township, you were operating a vehicle under a suspended license. That's an unclassified misdemeanor, maximum penalty $500 community service, $1,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead?
Guilty.
Guilty means you're admitting it's true,
Yes, sir.
and it waives your rights to have a trial and lawyer.
Yes, sir.
And it looks like there's an old case, 16-3334, and that was a no operator's license for a Kyle Maynard, but it looks like they misspelled your name with the date of birth of March 28th.
Yes, sir.
Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's alleged that you had a conviction for no operator's license, that you never paid the fine court costs, and there had been a warrant issued on that. So you're lucky you didn't get taken to the jail on this when you got this last, and you must not have checked it. So anyway, do you admit or deny that you, and you had a review hearing scheduled for February 17, 2016, that you didn't appear for your review hearing?
I wasn't aware. I would have shown up if I was aware.
Okay, I'll take that as a not guilty plea. Might want to take a look at this, let's see. Does have the wrong date on it, so it says February 17, 2017, it was 2016 is when you were supposed to be here, I believe. Okay, I'll take it as a not guilty plea. We'll schedule it for a hearing. What's the status of your license now?
It's currently suspended. I sat down with my girlfriend. We have everything set to pay it. I'm paying $400 on the one from Chesapeake on the 13th when I get paid, and then on the 28th I will be paying the remainder of that. And then I'm going to then get the insurance I know I need for the, I think it's the SR22 or something like that, that I know I need to have my license reinstated, have everything set in place to have all this paid off, and I will not be making any of these mistakes again with my license or operating a motor vehicle without a license.
Okay. All right, I'm going to send you back to the traffic court, which is where you should have been before. I'll set it for a hearing on this old case as to whether you had reason not to attend. They had you sign a document at the time saying that you had a review hearing, but it's the wrong date, it looks like. So, oh, this is back in 2017.
The computer shows the review was 2/17/17, and the warrant was issued 2/24/17.
Okay.
That was a year, so.
Well, maybe the date on the files is wrong then.
Is that a fine or anything that I can pay off?
That date on the file is wrong, because it should have been, because the offense was August, so that was after the date, August 2016. You've got a review hearing on the file, it says February of 16, that date had already passed by that time, so it would have been 17. Okay, show Mr. Maynard this document. So apparently this is the correct date, and it is the date that the hearing was scheduled. See if that's your signature.
It does look like my signature, sir.
Okay. Do you still want to say you didn't have notice?
I just don't recall, is all. It's been quite a time.
Well, I can set a hearing on it if you want to, but this says, the document that looks like it has your signature on it says, if you do not appear on the date scheduled below for a review hearing, the court will issue a warrant for your arrest. And it has review hearing date 2/17/2017. And it looks like it was, you admit it was your signature.
It does look like my signature, sir.
Okay, so it sounds like you don't want to have a hearing on that.
Is it a fine? What can I do?
Well, there was no jail time imposed, and you had a fine court costs.
Yes, sir, I can pay that.
You can pay it today?
On the 13th, I can pay all.
13th of March?
Yes, sir. I work for Cape Schools. I get paid on the 14th, well, 15th and the 30th, but when it falls on the weekend, I get paid early. So I get paid on the 13th this time.
Okay. Well, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna give you a review hearing. I'll go ahead and send you on this last case, give you review hearings, and then if you pay them off before the review hearing, you don't have to come back.
Do I still show up for the review hearing if I
You
pay it
don't have to
off?
show up if you pay them off.
Yes, sir.
So, on this latest case, the officer doesn't give me a statement as to what occurred. Do you have any statement you want to make? As to what
Yes, so I do not drive unless I absolutely have to, because of the suspension. My sister was at work and she had no way home, and that was the only reason I was out, and she called me halfway through going to get her, saying that she got a ride, so I was just on my way back home. I just didn't want her to be stranded at work, sir.
Okay, you know why you were stopped?
I'm actually not sure. He did not say it.
Okay, and he didn't give the court a report as to why you were stopped, so that's Trooper Beam, that's very unusual about him.
It was quite late, sir, so he might have just been tired.
I'm sorry?
It was quite late, sir, so he might have just been tired.
That's not, we have something in, a lot of countries don't have, it's called the Fourth Amendment. You're not subject to unreasonable searches and seizures, which means the government has to have a reason to stop you and ask you for your papers or look at you, investigate you. They can't just stop you on a whim. Because it's late is not a reason to stop someone. So I'm going to dismiss it. He doesn't give me his probable cause, so 25-366, and he should have cited you in the traffic court anyway. So case is dismissed for those two reasons.
Thank you, sir.
But you got to take care of this other one.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
I just want a clarification. So whenever I was pulled over, I believe it was in the end of September which is the one that resulted in my license being suspended. I did call and tell them that I was unable to make it because of a vehicle. I couldn't drive because the vehicle was inoperable and I had no way to get there. But either way, they did suspend it. Me paying that one off specifically, is that one?
You're talking about in 2016?
No, sir. The one in September of '24. It was just the one that resulted.
You're talking about the village, when at the village, or?
Yeah, it's just a question. If I pay that one off and then get the insurances, then will I be able to get my car like good, or do I have to pay all the fines first, all of them?
Well, I don't control your driver's license. I can control what's in front of me. If you're in front of me and you do something and I want to suspend you, I can.
Understood.
But that isn't what happened. What happened, you either got suspended by another court or by the BMV. The BMV, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, they can suspend you. That's the licensing agency in Ohio.
Yes, sir.
And they will suspend, like if you have so many points, if you don't have insurance, those sort of things, they'll suspend you. So I don't know why they suspended you.
I wasn't aware.
What you need to do, and you live locally, you live in Ashland?
I live in South Point.
Okay, so you are local. You can go to either the BMV in Ironton or the BMV in Proctorville. Those are the two local agencies. And they're supposed to help you. So you go in there and say, here's my name, here's my social, I want to get my license back. And they're supposed to walk through, because they've got the computer right there, it says everything on there as to why you're suspended.
Understood.
And walk you through that, and what you got to do to get your license back.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And then, I mean, that hasn't always been the case. It used to be you had to contact the BMV directly in Columbus, which is near impossible to do. If you call 20 times, you're going to get busy signal 19 times. But the local agencies are supposed to help you now. So they're probably really appreciative of telling people that. But that's the way it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be able to walk in there and get help. So try that. You are going to have proof of insurance, I'm sure.
Which I can't get until the license is unsuspended.
Well, I don't know how that works. You'll have to talk to them about that. So, well, this vehicle apparently had proof of insurance, but they didn't check that you didn't have proof of insurance on this last time. So, but I'm dismissing it anyway for the reasons I stated. You need to take care of this whole case. I'm going to give you a month to do it. So, I'll set you for a review hearing. And let's make it April the 4th, back here, but if you pay it off, you don't have to come back.
Yes, sir.
So I'm showing you owe a total of $235.
Oh, that's easy, I can pay that immediately.
So get that taken care of.
How do I make that payment?
Go to the DMV, do whatever you need to do to get your license back.
How do I make that payment?
See the clerk to the right as you leave the courtroom.
So I just come back in to make the payment whenever I have the money?
You can actually pay it online if you want to, but you can come to the clerk's office too.
Do I have a case number for that so I can look it up through the website?
Yeah, you can look online. We have a website. If you go to our website, put your name in and the record search, your cases are all going to come up, any case you've had here.
And if for any reason I cannot find it, I can come here to make a payment?
Actually, we have phones here. I know it's like, that's an old fashioned thing, people don't talk on the phone, but the clerks love it when you call in and say, here's my name, I want to know what I need to do, what's my cases? And they can pull it up.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
So, there's no excuse for not knowing what is going on. You can pull it up online, you can call, you can come in. Those are the options.
I'll make a phone call.
Okay. You're free to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio recalls Jared D. Nance, case number TRD 25-348. TRD is valid.
Okay. So, Mr. Nance, you are valid now, and I'm going to dismiss you also because you were cited with an unclassified misdemeanor. I'm sure you don't know what that means, but it means there's no jail time on this case.
Okay.
We have a traffic court for all cases, all traffic cases that are not jailable. And the officers are supposed to cite people in the traffic court, not the criminal court. So they cited you to the wrong court, so I'm dismissing, and you're valid, so I'm just going to dismiss it outright.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Wesley L. Wright, case number TRC 25-380, A, B, and C. Wesley L. Wright.
Wesley Wright is 25-380, was cited in court for today at 9 a.m. So no beyond. So there'll be a case issued for Mr. Wright to the OSP.
State of Ohio versus Jeremy Bodmer, case number TRC 25-376, A and B.
Sir, are you Jeremy D. Baldwin?
Yes, sir.
It's Bodman, right?
Bodmer.
Bodmer?
Yeah.
Well, on the file it says Bodmer, but the citation actually says Bodman, so you want us to amend that?
We'll amend that, yes.
To B-O-D-M-E-R, is that the correct spelling?
Yes, sir.
B-O-D-M-E-R.
M-E-R, not M-A-N. Okay, so I'm going to amend it to the correct spelling of your name.
Did they attach the correct leads report, Your Honor?
They did.
Is it spelled correctly?
It is spelled correctly. So.
To change what? Oh.
$724.
Yeah. 96.
All right, Mr. Bodmer, it's alleged that on February 26th at 2:42 a.m. in Perry Township, you were driving a vehicle at 67 in a 55 zone. That's a minor misdemeanor, maximum penalty is $150 fine. And that you were operating the vehicle while being under the influence of either alcohol, drugs, or some combination of those substances. And it's alleged this would be, is this being charged as a second, or prior was in 2018?
That's what it appears, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. A second offense carries a maximum penalty of 6 months in jail, $1,625 fine, 5-year license suspension. That's the most you can get. Plus this impoundment of the vehicle. The minimum penalty on a second offense is 10 days in jail, $525 fine, a 1-year license suspension, and if the vehicle is titled to you, it's required to be impounded for 90 days. You understand that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state's alleging you refuse to take tests. Do you have any questions before you enter a plea?
No, sir.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes.
What plea do you wish to enter?
Not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed to represent you?
What is it?
Do you wish to be considered for a court-appointed lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you work? Do you have a job?
No.
You have no income right now?
Not right now, no.
Okay, I'll appoint Mr. Smith, Roger Smith, to represent you. Not guilty plea is entered. He can sign a $1,500 signature bond. And looking for pretrial.
How far out would you like to go, Your Honor? I've got some March and April availability.
We could, the 10th for some reason is not very busy, but other than that, then we go to probably the 21st or after March.
The 10th is bad, but I could do the 21st, 24th, 28th.
Okay, let's do the 24th.
Okay.
That's better. March 24th will be the next hearing. There'll be a pretrial at 10 a.m.
It's not impounded, it's at the
Not guilty plea is entered. Mr. President.
company.
I'm sorry, what day did you say, Judge? I'm sorry.
March 24th.
Okay, that's what I thought.
State of Ohio versus Timothy K. Fuller, case number CRB 171060.
Timothy Fuller.
Yes, sir.
It's case number 171060. It was a theft offense. Looks like you had failed to appear for your hearing August 3rd, 2018.
Yes, sir.
A warrant issued and you got arrested on the warrant.
Yes, yes, sir.
So you admit or deny you missed a hearing back in 2018?
I did.
Do you have an explanation?
In all honesty, I was homeless when I got released from jail, and it kind of just trying to find a place to live, and I just found a job. I thought my court date was like on the 4th. I can't remember the date, but I was getting ready to come here. Found my paperwork right before I was getting ready to come here, and it was already past my deadline, and I freaked out. I've never been in jail till then. So.
Where are you living now? You were in Huntington.
I'm in Ohio now.
What's the
Crown
current
City.
address?
420. Township Road 1045. Crown City, Ohio.
Okay, so you got community service and fines and costs to pay. You
Oh,
agree?
today, yeah,
You understand that?
yeah.
So what I will do, I'll reinstate you to hearings. It'll be on the sentencing docket now, and I'll just keep continuing them until you get this done. And now if you don't show up, it's not like before. I mean, you went, 7 years without getting.
Yeah, I forgot all about it.
Now, if you don't show up, Mr. Sowers is going to be knocking on your door, take you to jail.
Like, I'll be here.
So you got to get it done.
Will do.
Okay, I'll set your first hearing in a month, so that's going to be April the 4th for sentencing at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So once you get this finished, I'll quit setting the hearings.
Okay.
You have any questions? You know what you need to do?
Where do I go for the community
Come
service?
here any morning at 7:30, except Sundays. You can come here for community service.
Okay.
You got 10 days to do it. Plus you got fines and court costs to pay.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I understand.
Actually, some of it was restitution. So some of the, you got I'm showing 610. Some of that was restitution to it.
610?
That was the total. Some of that's restitution to the block.
Okay, okay. I can probably have some of that this Friday. I can probably have somewhere between probably $50 to $100.
April 4th at 10 o'clock, next hearing.
April 4th at 10?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
Good.
State of Ohio versus Donald Verderosa, case number CRA 25102, CRB 25136.
Sir, are you Donald, is it Verderosa, is that how you pronounce it?
Yes.
Mr. Verderosa is alleged in case number 25102 that on November 1st, 2024, in Fayette Township, he knowingly obtained, possessed, or used methamphetamine. That's a Schedule II controlled substance, possession of which is a felony of the 5th degree. Maximum penalty for that's a year in jail, $2,500 fine. 25136, case number, alleges February 28th of this year, 2025, in Fayette Township, you were in possession of drug paraphernalia, that being a glass pipe with drug residue. That's, excuse me, a 4th degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 30 days in jail and a $500 fine. I'm sorry, $250 fine. Do you understand these two charges?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the rights you have as a defendant?
I believe so, yes.
Do you have money to hire a lawyer?
No, I do not.
Do you have a job?
No, I don't.
How do you support yourself?
I've been living off of insurance money.
Okay, how much insurance money do you have?
Well, that's pretty much been depleted.
Okay. Is that from a settlement or something? Or?
Yeah, I had 2 houses that burned down in 22.
I'll appoint Mr. Holt. Mr. Holt, this is Donald Verderosa. He's got an F5 possession charge and a drug paraphernalia charge. They're actually on different dates. What's the state's position on bond?
Well, Your Honor, he has obviously appeared here without having to be arrested, although we are concerned about the charge that involves possession of drugs. So we'd like to see him, as part of an OR bond, take part in an assessment and counseling for substance abuse. If he does that, at this point in time, without looking any further into his history and whatnot, we would be looking at trying to keep that case here instead of taking it to the grand jury if he's willing to go through that treatment.
He's okay with doing an assessment.
Yeah. What's his pay source?
I believe so,
He would need to be a West Virginia resident.
Not anymore.
He does not have an Ohio medical card, but he has had
He lives in Ohio now?
He lives in Ohio now, yes.
Okay. But he doesn't have any income, so he's
No.
probably eligible for Medicaid card. All right, Taylor wants to talk to him, so let's do that. Let's have him talk with her, then come back and decide what we're going to do on the bonds. We'll recall this later. Do you want, Paul, do you want the court's file?
Yes, please.
So just let the bailiff know when you're ready, we'll recall.
State of Ohio versus Jeremiah Seibert, case number TRD 25320 A and B. Jeremiah Seibert.
Sir, you're Jeremiah Seibert?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Seibert, it's alleged February 21st at 7:46 p.m. in Union Township, you were driving without a driver's license and not using a turn signal. No operator's license is a unclassified misdemeanor, maximum penalty $500, community service $1,000 fine, and using a turn signal is a minor misdemeanor, maximum penalty is $150 fine. This, actually, you were cited into the traffic court, and I guess you failed to appear then. That was February 25th. So, do you understand these allegations, sir?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to them?
No contest.
That means you're not fighting it, you're agreeing you can be found guilty without a trial in law. Do you
Yes, sir.
understand that?
Yes, sir.
The officer says, this is Trooper Elliott from the State Highway Patrol, I observed the driver not use a turn signal prior to a turn. I guess that was the reason for pulling you over, and pulled you over, found you didn't have a license. Do you have any statement you want to make?
The turn signal. It was 100 feet before the turn. I did have it on, but not 100 feet. When you turn off the road here to that next turn, my turn signal pops off like all other cars, and I failed to turn it back on immediately. So it was, I was about 50 feet from the turn when I did turn it on.
Okay. All right, I'll dismiss that one. I'll dismiss the turn signal.
Thank you, sir.
Tell me about the license.
I've been working on it. Just haven't, bad luck, just bad luck. Every time I get my permit, I end up getting pulled over before I can get my license. I don't have insurance. I don't carry insurance like I should.
Yeah, he's checked the box on your citation saying you didn't have proof of insurance. So.
Right, yes, sir.
So what, once that happens and it goes to the DMV and they see it,
Yes, sir.
they're going to suspend you for
Yes.
driving without insurance.
Yes, sir.
You understand that?
That's the catch-22.
So now you're not only going to be no operating license, you're going to be under suspension.
Yes, sir.
For a while. Okay. All right, well, that's a pretty good punishment in and of itself. So what I'm going to do on the no operator's license, I'll just give you a $50 fine on court costs.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Because you're getting your license suspended anyways.
Yeah.
Over this whole thing. And that's going to cost a lot more than that to get it reinstated.
Yes, sir, I know.
And you'll have to deal with the B&B. I'm not suspending you, but they're going to suspend you.
I know.
You understand that?
Yes, sir. This has been going on since I was 16 years old.
Okay. So you'll have to clear it up with them somehow if you want to get a license in Ohio. And supposedly the local B&Bs are supposed to help you now. You're supposed to be able to walk in there and they walk you through what you need to do.
Yes, sir.
To get a license. So that's what I would suggest. That's what I would do. And they even have, there's some sort of truancy or what would I call it, leniency programs with the B&B where you can get a license on the conditions you do certain things.
Yes, sir.
So you might try that. So, I'm going to give you a final pay date. So the way this is going to work, I'm not putting you on probation or doing anything like that. But I'm giving you what we call a final pay date. I'm giving you until June the 10th to pay your fine and court costs. If you do that, it's all good with this court. I mean, you still got to deal with the B&B. But if you don't pay it by then, we're going to send it in and you'll be double suspended. We'll have sent in something for them to suspend you. And of course, you got to, it just digs the hole a little bit deeper.
Yes, sir.
So get it paid by June 10th. And their case here is all good. You still have to deal with the B&B.
Yes,
don't pay it by June 10th, and you still have to deal with the B&B, but you'll have a deeper hole to dig out of.
I've been digging it out for a long time.
I understand. Do you know what you need to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, June 10th is your final pay date. If you want a copy of the judgment entry, you can go to probation. I'm not putting you on probation. They'll give you a copy of the judgment entry.
Okay.
Okay, you're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I'm going to read that Lawrence County too.
Okay, we're going to go to the jail, do some hearings by teleconference now.
State of Ohio versus Jeremy R. Caldwell, case number TRC 25338, A, B, and C, and Wesley Earls is on deck.
Jeremy Caldwell is Mr. Steyer's case. It's on the docket.
Your Honor, this matter is an OVI. There is a chemical test. The OVI allegedly happened on February 23rd of 2025. I would be shocked if the state has the test results available.
They aren't available.
I don't know if there's something else holding him that has him still in jail at this point. I think a $7,500 cash or surety bond was set, but
State take a different position on the bond, or what's the state's position on the bond? This is looks like it would be, it's at least a third. Because I think there was some indication it might be filed as a felony, but that hasn't happened as of yet. Some of these convictions may be out of state, I suspect.
well, what I'm seeing is an 05 and a 17. Those 05 and 13 and 17. The 05 and the 13 would both have fallen off the 10-year look back.
This is the one that there was a prior felony OVI in West Virginia, which is after 3. So it still is a felony.
Okay.
Now
I remember that.
And Missy's going to get the file. So we're probably going to need to send it to the grand jury unless Mr. Steyer and his client can come up with a real convincing way to resolve it here, which we may not be ready to do at this point.
Well, I mean, obviously I don't have discovery yet, but note that for that felony to count as a precursor for a felony here, it has to be substantially similar statute. And I would argue that one that makes it a felony on a third offense is not substantially similar to our statute, which makes it a felony on a fourth offense. But that is obviously an arguable question. So if the state were to offer to allow him to plead to a third offense OVI, I would call him and give him advice regarding that. Because even a third offense here, even if it with the mandatory jail time that it carries, would be preferable to another felony which carries mandatory prison time, would be my thinking. I'd have to discuss that with Mr. Caldwell if I got that offer from the state.
If I could review the file for a minute.
Okay, want to recall it later in the docket?
If we could recall this one, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Caldwell, we're going to recall, let your lawyer talk to the prosecutor, and then we'll come back, put you on teleconference later, and Mr. Sire may actually have to call you at some point to discuss this. So the case will be recalled later in the docket. Okay, we can't hear you, sir. Your microphone is muted. Still not coming through. On the headphone, it might be off.
I'm concerned now whether he heard anything we just said.
We can. I'll just caution you that everything you say is on the record. It could be used against you, and your lawyer may want to, he looks like he wants to say something.
I just want to make sure, ask whether you even heard what we said or not.
Yeah, about the third offense.
Okay, don't say anything else then. I just want to make sure you heard what we were discussing. I'm going to wait to hear something more from the prosecutor, and then I'll give you a call there at the jail and talk to you.
Will it take another day of court proceedings?
I can't answer that for certain. I'm going to try to get it done today, but I don't have total control over that.
Well, can I get my bond lowered to like $1,000? So I don't lose my job?
Why don't you let me discuss that with you off the record? I'll call you. I'm definitely going to call you today, one way or the other, and I'll get you recalled today. If we don't get something worked out, I'll get you recalled to figure out where we're going, okay?
All right, case will be recalled later in the docket.
State of Ohio versus Wesley Earls at the Lawrence County Jail, case number CRB 2523, CRB 25132, and Charles Hutchinson is on deck.
All right, Wesley Earls is being represented by Mr. Steyer. Mr. Steyer is here in the courtroom. Wesley Earls is appearing by teleconference.
Your Honor, on Friday, we attempted to effectuate a placement for Mr. Earls. That fell through. He's obviously still in jail. He has been arraigned in the Court of Common Pleas on a felony charge. He is set for a pretrial on Wednesday. I doubt that I'm going to be able to get anything done on his bond on that charge. I do represent him on that charge. I doubt I'll be able to get anything done prior to Wednesday. So for today, I think our best bet is to, well, I'd say this, we're back in court on Wednesday on common pleas. He has a bond set there that has not been met. If this court wanted to put him on an OR bond, he would not be released because of the common pleas bond, and then on Wednesday, if I were able to get him placed somewhere and an OR bond with like a monitor or something to get him out, this court wouldn't be standing in the way. In either case, I think it would be wise to set this for Friday and kind of see where things are on the two cases.
So there is some sort of cash or surety bond set in place now.
Let me look on the website to get the details, but yes, it requires
and an ankle monitor.
An ankle monitor.
And we're okay with
at this time
a bond being converted if the common pleas court wants him out.
Okay, so I'm going to change his bond. It was $5,000 cash or surety. He has a holder then from common pleas, so.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry for interrupting. This is Corporal Bowles. I spoke with Judge Bennett's staff, and they did not request for my order put in place.
No, I didn't realize that.
Okay.
Yeah, if your court allowed him to go, then I was just supposed to let him know the scope of the court this coming Wednesday.
Okay, so.
Can I ask when that conversation was had?
It was Thursday.
Okay, we had court Friday, which changed it, but I don't see that the bond entry is actually on yet. So probably need to leave things in place, and if I can contact you and Mr. Heald, should something change Wednesday, we can maybe then update the situation here.
All right, so I'm going to leave in effect the bond that I had previously set, which is $5,000 cash or surety. But if arrangements can be made for Mr. Earls to go to treatment, I would be amenable, and as long as common pleas is agreeable too, then I would be amenable to changing my bond to an OR bond so you can't go. And I can do that by entry on Wednesday. So it looks like that's not going to happen until at least Wednesday.
Right, Wednesday's going to be when we find out what's going on, probably.
So let's put it on the docket for Friday, though, just again.
Right.
To make sure for what's happening. So March 7th will be the next hearing here for Mr. Earls, but I'm going to let you go to treatment if Common Pleas agrees that you can go to treatment. And we've got the new place that I gave you the information.
But yeah, I'm going to look into that, but that's going to have to be kind of screened through Common Pleas as well.
Okay. March 7th will be the next hearing.
State of Ohio versus Charles M. Hutchison, case numbers TRC 25-383 A, B, and C, CRB 21-584, TRC 19-2635 A and B, TRC 18-1210 A and B. And Buddy Malone Jr. is on deck.
All right, Charles Hutchison has a new charge and a bunch of old cases. 25-383 is the new charge. And Mr. Hutchison, I think you know me, I'm Judge Capper. So this is your arraignment hearing. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. But if you do say things, what you say is on the record. It can be used against you if you admit something about your case. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one, to have bail, and to make the state prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights? Do you understand your rights, Mr. Hutchison, that I just explained?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to explain the charges that you're facing now. The new charge is that on March the 2nd at 10:43 p.m. in Union Township, that you were operating a vehicle while you were under the influence of alcohol or drugs, and that you had priors in 2018, 2013, 2007, 2006. So on a refusal, it's a 20-year look back, I believe.
It's a
enhancement.
Well, the first thing is to see how many there were in 10. So that would be, this would be the second in 10 with a refusal and an additional, at least one additional within 20. So it's a second with a refusal and an additional in 20. So it enhances it somewhat from a second.
That's what the state's alleging.
Yes.
So the maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,625 fine, 5-year license suspension, 90 days of immobilization of the vehicle. The minimum penalty is 20 days in jail, $525 fine, a year license suspension. You're also charged with not wearing a safety belt. That's a mandatory $30 fine. You're also charged with driving left of center. That's a minor misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is $150 fine. So do you understand the new charges?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Then you've got old charges, 21-584. In that, it's alleged that you failed to appear for a review hearing a year ago. more than a year ago, January of 2024. That was on a disorderly conduct. Then you also had a old OBI charge that had a review hearing, also same time, January 5th, 24, you failed to appear on. You still owed community service on that. You paid your fine. And then there was an OBI from 2018. And actually, Mr. Field, one of the things I noticed, he's got an OBI conviction in this court. It looks like from 2019, it's not in the history, so. They're showing one in 2018. I'm not showing one in 2019. Let me make sure what it is. Maybe you can pull it up here. Yeah, I've got it on the screen. 19/26/35. There was a conviction on an OBI in this court. In addition to the others, I don't think it was put in the history. So that would make it a third with a refusal, with a refusal. Yes. So that could, if that's the case, Mr. Hudson, you could be looking at a maximum penalty of like 1 year in jail rather than 6 months in jail. And it would up the license suspension to 10 years, maybe a lifetime, let's see.
I didn't know I refused it.
10 years, 10 years the license suspension maximum on a third. In other words, it's very serious offense and possible penalties. Do you have the money to hire a lawyer, Mr. Hutchison?
No.
And do you have any income now?
I do, but it's no retired lawyer.
How much are you receiving?
Next month I won't receive any at all, but I received around $1,300.
Okay, well, you're still eligible for court-appointed counsel. And I'm going to appoint Mr. Smith, Tyler Smith.
Okay.
He's here at court, so we'll have him come in.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about bond once we get him in here.
He's not here, Your Honor.
No.
He was here earlier.
He's not here now.
Who's that?
Tyler Smith, he's on the docket, isn't he? Who's here earlier? Okay. Is he on the docket? Okay. I'll appoint Mr. Steyer then. Mr. Steyer, you'll be appointed to represent Mr. Hutchison. It's some combination of a third offense with refusal. And he's got outstanding old cases where he missed a review hearing about a year ago. What's the state's position on bond?
Your Honor, I'm looking back at this, the 2019 case.
Yes.
And, I mean, his last review hearing in this court on that case was January 5th of 24, so
yes,
it stretched out quite a while, and I had the feeling that I recalled him being somebody who maybe the court allowed him to go to treatment and whatnot.
He's been in treatment several times.
Yeah, so he's back again, and so I think because this is such a serious situation and he has failed to maintain his sobriety, at least it appears that way, we think that it's appropriate for there to be a cash or surety bond of $7,500.
Where does he live?
South Point, I believe.
Does he have a medical card?
Probably. Do you have a medical card? No,
But he said he has no income?
he has railroad retirement,
But it was a,
1,300 a month.
I think that's I'm not certain that's still enough to qualify for Medicaid, but it might be a possibility. Would you be willing to undertake treatment if the state and court were to agree to let you out of jail if you did that?
Yeah.
I'd like to ask then that we could get him looked at for treatment. Ms. Lambert?
Okay, let's let him be assessed, and you can talk to him, and we'll call back up and decide how we're going to go forward.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll call you back after you talk to your lawyer and the treatment providers.
State of Ohio versus Buddy E. Malone Jr., case number CRB 24828, and CRA 25133, CRB 25135. Brittany McKenzie is on deck.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Malone has a failure to appear holder outline, and he'll be sent to jail.
Sir, you Buddy E. Malone Jr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Malone, I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court, which is where your hearing's taking place. You're appearing in the courtroom on a monitor, and everything that we're saying is being recorded. So you have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything, or what you say could be used against you if you admit something. You have a right to have an attorney appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail and to make the state of Ohio prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those things?
Yes, Your Honor.
So the A case, 820A, is a domestic violence charge. It's alleging that at Sims Township, December the 8th of 2024, you knowingly caused or tried to cause physical harm to Donna Sue Pratt, and that she is either a member of your family or lives in your household. So that's why it's a domestic violence charge. It carries a maximum penalty of 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. 820B alleges that on December the 8th, you knowingly used a 2006 Chevy Cobalt motor vehicle without the consent of the owner. That's unauthorized use of the motor vehicle. Maximum penalty, that's a M1. Maximum penalty, 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand that charge also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions before you enter a plea here?
No, Your Honor.
What plea do you want to enter to the domestic violence and unauthorized use of the motor vehicle?
Not guilty.
Okay, and looks like there's some more charges I overlooked. 25133 alleges that at Fayette Township on March the 1st, without the right to do so, you used the personal identification information of another person with the intent to hold yourself out as that person. That's a felony of the 5th degree, maximum penalty a year in jail, $2,500 fine. And case number 25135 alleges that on March the 1st, in Fayette Township, you purposely tried to deprive Walmart property without their consent. That's a theft offense, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you have the money to hire a lawyer?
No, Your Honor, I don't.
Do you have a job?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where do you work?
Freeman's Heating and Air.
Are you paid by the hour?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much per hour?
$10 an hour.
Okay, you're eligible for court-appointed lawyer, then I'll appoint Roger Smith. Mr. Smith is now in the courtroom. He's going to be your lawyer. He's got a theft offense, identity fraud, felony, and domestic violence. That's kind of all. Those are the charges pending. What's the state's position on bond?
It's December. Not that old. He's got 2 sets of charges.
And there's a holder on him from our municipal too.
So we would request a $5,000 cash and surety bond. If they had some counter to that, some suggestion of how to deal with this, we'd be willing to listen to it. But I think he's got 2 separate things going on here, and even though there's no drug charges, just kind of points in that direction.
Well, Judge, if he's got a hold, I could call John Kincaid at probation, maybe we could recall this. I know he's in the jail, it's inconvenient, but, because whatever bond we set today would be moved with that holder, but I don't mind calling John to see if I can
Okay.
do something.
Go ahead and set it as a 5,000 cash surety now. I can modify that after you discuss it with probation and our municipal and
Okay.
reasonable deal to be worked out on getting him the treatment or some other modification of the bond. I'd be willing to listen to that. Let's put it, well, you're not available the 10th, are you?
Not the 10th, the 21st, 24th, anytime after the 21st.
Okay. At this point, I'll set it for the 21st, but let's bring it back up. I don't want him to sit in jail that long.
Yes, I will find out, Judge.
If our municipal sentence in jail time, then it won't matter, but let's see what happens. So let's recall this one later in the
I'll call right now.
You want the courts?
If I can borrow it, I'll just make a call right
Just
now.
let the bailiff know when you're ready.
And we're going to ask for a protection order too on the domestic violence.
So we'll recall, there will be a protection order to stay away from the fine card.
State of Ohio versus Brittany McKenzie, case number CRA 25-118, and Jamie Rowe is on deck.
Roger.
All right, this is Mr. Steyer's case, except for preliminary hearing.
Your Honor, there's a couple issues outstanding in this matter that kind of complicate the question of a preliminary hearing. However, she is being held on a holder from Lawrence County, from Irons Municipal Court. It's at least going to hold her through Thursday. We believe it would hold her through the 13th. So what I'm going to do is, what I'd like to do is waive time constraints today to continue this preliminary hearing until Friday. And on Friday, ask that she be brought in person from the jail so that if we go forward to the preliminary hearing, she can be here.
And it is CRA 25-18.
Can I ask, is there any way I would be able to talk to my lawyer?
25-118.
Yes, is it marked as a CRA?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I would want to point out, we do still have that, Judge Landon dealt with that trial on Friday.
And I recognize that, Your Honor. I just,
Yeah, it's pretty light, Friday. I think there's only 7 pre-trials. Something like that. There's 15 now.
So is there any way I would be able to talk to my lawyer? I can't really hear you guys.
Okay.
just a second, ma'am. I'm sorry.
So did you want to put it on the docket for Friday?
Yes, that's what I was asking to do.
All right, so I'm going to continue this to Friday. Ma'am, apparently you've got a hearing in Ironton Municipal Court. Is it going to happen until Thursday?
It's either going to happen this Thursday or next. I'm not completely sure which, but we can have her here in person so that I can actually meet with her and talk to her in person.
All right, I'll put it on the docket for this Friday, March the 7th, for a preliminary hearing. Might as well have them bring everybody.
Thank you.
So am I able to log out, or am I able to see out of town until then?
You have a holder from another court. So the bond in this court cannot be executed because you have a holder from a different court.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ryan told me that it was visible today that this may resolve it. I wouldn't take nothing. I just need to find out about my housing, my vehicle, and get my affairs in order.
Again, this court is not what's keeping you in jail right now. But we'll be back here Friday, and I'll talk to you more, and I'll know more Friday as well, because I'll know what's happening in Ironton.
Okay, so do I stay in town until then? Is there a bond or a bail that I need to fill out?
not certain, has a bond been set in this case? I believe it has.
I believe it has.
A bond has been set in this case. However, even if you posted it, you're not going to be released because another court is holding you.
Well, I also, NGRI was.
It's a felony, so I can't actually plead that here.
Okay.
That would have to be dealt with at the common pleas court level.
All right, so I'll change the bond if our municipal, if there's some arrangement where she can be released, but.
Right, and I'll get a hold of you. So there is a bond, but if you meet that bond, you're not going to get out because another court is holding you.
The probation officer is here right now from that court as well. I don't have to talk to her. I'll talk to her.
Well,
I'm not sure how it is, I'm sorry.
if you tell her that Luke is your lawyer, she can contact me and I'll talk to her as well. And if I find out something different, the judge will take care of things, I promise.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
You don't need to be sorry, just we've got a lot going on right now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ohio versus Jamie L. Rowe, case number CRB 25-134, and TRD 18-2418, TRC 17-1253, CRB 17-343. And Thomas Ward II is on deck.
And you're Jamie Lee Rose?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Rowe, I'm Judge Capper. This is your arraignment hearing. So you have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. You make statements, though. What you say is on the record. It can be used against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one, to have bail, and to make the state of Ohio prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand those things?
Yes.
Okay, you've got some old cases and you've got a new case. The new case, 25-134, alleges that on March the 1st, in Fayette Township, you tried to defraud Walmart of property without their consent. That's a theft charge, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand that charge?
Yes.
How do you wish to plead to that charge? You can plead. You can plead no contest, guilty, not guilty. Not guilty is the safest plea to enter.
Not guilty.
Okay, and then you've got old cases. You've got TRC 17-1253. That was a conviction for operating a vehicle intoxicated and drug paraphernalia. And it's alleged that you didn't come to a review hearing on it back in 2019, September 30th, 2019. So there was a warrant issued then. And then also you had another traffic charge, a driving under suspension that you got convicted on. You just had a fine and court costs on it. But it was set for a review hearing the same day, September 30th, 2019. It's alleged you didn't show up for those review hearings. You understand that charge? So you could get whatever was suspended on those imposed now. Okay, so I'll enter a not guilty plea for you on everything. Since you're going to get a lawyer, you might as well plead not guilty on everything. Do you have a job?
I'm currently working, yes.
You are working?
Yes.
Where?
At CSC, Contemporary Service Corporation,
What do you do for them?
security.
Okay. Where's that? In Huntington?
Yes.
Are you paid by the hour?
Yes.
How much per hour?
It just depends on the location. In Huntington, it's $10 an hour.
Okay, you're eligible for court-appointed lawyer with that rate of pay. Is Mr. Holt still here?
Yes.
Let's bring him in. I'm going to appoint you a lawyer. Mr. Holt, he's going to be your lawyer. This is Jamie Rowe. She's got a new Walmart shoplifting, and then she's got a prior OVI that she never finished and didn't appear for the review hearing, and a a prior driving or suspension that she felt that the overreading is alleged. So, where do you live, Mrs. Rose?
I live in Huntington.
Jackson Avenue, that's where you used to live?
Yes,
1326 Jackson Avenue?
that's 1318.
1318, close. Can you post any kind of bond?
I don't have no cash right now.
Well, if you got family or anybody that would post bond for you? You're here for her?
She actually helps clean my house and depending on what it would be, I would be willing to help her.
Okay. And what's your name, ma'am?
Brittany Kazee, which I'm also here today for a review.
Okay. Well, what's the state's position on bond?
Is this theft charge the only thing that she's being held?
She's got a new theft charge, she's got an old OVI and a driving or suspension that there was warrants on for failure to appear for the weekend.
Well, we would suggest a $2,500 cash or surety bond, but if she wanted to speak to her lawyer about how to deal at least with this part of it today, we'd be willing to listen. She's been in jail for 2 days. Of course, I know that goes to the old cases, but she may want to resolve it.
Mr. Hall?
I'd have to speak to her, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to let your lawyer call down and talk to you. I haven't set a bond, but Ms. Kazee says she may be able to post a bond for you, so that's a possibility too. And we'll recall it after you've talked to your lawyer.
Okay.
Course files,
Yes.
Mr. Holt. Ms. Kazee's on the front row right now.
State of Ohio versus Thomas W. Ward II, case number CRA 25-121, CRB 25-122, A and B, CRA 24-259, CRB 24-719, CRB 25-113, CRB 25-64.
It's Mr. Steyer's case for Thomas Ward, preliminary hearings and pretrial.
Your Honor, we have at least 2 matters that are felony cases pending that may eventually wind up at the grand jury. We're talking about that, whether that's how we're going to handle things. There's also I think there are a number of cases that wouldn't go on to the grand jury if that were to happen, so some matters would remain here. Again, I've talked to Mr. Hill. I think what we'd like to do is have him brought in person on Friday, since we're bringing people on Friday. And if we have a preliminary hearing, because I don't think anything but this court is holding him right now, so the state doesn't necessarily want to nolly, even if they do keep things here. But so we'd like to set this thing for Friday, and I would waive time constraints to accommodate that.
Okay.
Whereas where there's other things holding him on this, if you wanted to go to Monday because of the issue with the visiting judge.
So he's going to be in, he's got something in common police, doesn't he?
Mr. Ward does?
I think so.
If he does, I don't represent him on it.
I thought, maybe I'm dreaming, but
I don't believe. Let me check real quick, Your Honor. Because if he's,
I thought he was out on bond or something from, something pending in common police, I believe, but hey, I could be wrong about that.
it's possible. We had him on several matters here when this allegedly happened, though. He has no felony charges, or there are no criminal charges at all in common pleas with his name.
Okay.
So I think everything is through this court.
Just kind of looking at my notes as to what we've done with him previously.
We had him in treatment.
I go back to treatment. The reason I left treatment is...
Please, sir. You're on the record. It would be better if you didn't say that right now.
So this is a series of things. I was looking at the aggravated menacing charge in 24 CRB 719. There was a knife involved in that aggravated menacing, and he, at one point on the record, admitted drug use. I think he's got some serious drug issues. Obviously, he's been in treatment. At this point, he's left treatment and he's attempted to steal the vehicle, at least that's the allegation, caused a lot of damage to the vehicle in the process. So I don't know if he can be trusted to be out to treatment again right now. So we'd ask for a $5,000 cash or surety bond.
Okay. I'll make it 5,000 cash or surety and put it back on the docket for Friday. So,
And sir, you're going to be brought here in person, so I'll be able to talk to you. Even the phone lines at the jail are recorded, so it's just better if I can talk to you in person. We'll talk Friday, and I'll see what we can work out about trying to figure out where things are going, okay?
and the other thing I would say, since Friday, we do have visiting judge coming for the trial, let's try to get here early, get the docket started early on Friday.
We'll do that, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have one case to recall to jail that's, his attorney's not here yet. We have several other cases to recall, we're not ready to review those right now.
Okay, we'll come back to the jail when we get more information and we're ready to proceed.
State of Ohio recalls Donald Verderosa, case number CRA 25102, CRB 25136.
This is this Mr. Holt's case, I believe?
Yes.
Okay. Need Mr. Holt in the courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor, I've spoke to Mr. Verdoza. First, to address that there was a warrant, and he did post a bond. However, he was stopped by South Point Police Department for a fictitious tag. He paid the fine at the end of November. He was never served with this, so he was not aware that this matter was filed. So, just wanted to explain that to the court. He's happy to participate in an assessment. He said he will test clean and doesn't believe he has an issue with substance abuse, but he's happy to take an assessment, take a drug screen.
He's scheduled for Wednesday at 9 getting the police report.
Okay. Well, you want to set, so the state's willing to keep it here then, under those conditions?
I believe so, unless we learn something that I don't know right now, but I doubt that that would be the case. We'd be happy to try to keep it here. And, you know, we're just looking at what's alleged, paraphernalia on one day and drugs on another day. So we would like to see that be assessed.
When do you want to come back?
I'll be here on the 14th, Your Honor. Would that work?
Yeah. Next hearing at the defendant's request is March 14th for preliminary hearing and pretrial. His bond is continued.
Your Honor, is there a social security number for Mr.
He can write it down. I'll write it down.
He's not in the file with the last one.
Is that sufficient?
Not in order for us to issue a bench warrant.
Okay.
I'm sure we need the entire person.
You said the 14th at 9 a.m.?
10.
10?
Next hearing, March 14th. Bond is continued.
State of Ohio versus David A. Vance, case number CRB 2550, GRC 241921 ABC and D, CRB 24597. Your Honor, he reported to the sheriff that there's a new charge.
Doesn't always
He's to
work.
be served on.
All right, Mr. Vance, you got a new charge. You've been served with a property charge?
Yes, Your Honor, I just said.
Okay. 2550 is the case number. It alleges that Perry Township on January 9th of 2025, he knowingly caused Nicholas R. Kelly to believe he had caused harm to his personal property. That's a menacing charge, it's a fourth degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty is 30 days in jail, $250 fine. You understand the charge, sir?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand the rights you have as a defendant?
Yes, sir.
How do you wish to plead to this charge?
Not guilty.
Do you wish to be considered for a court-appointed lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Are you working?
Not at the moment, sir. I'm
All right.
still in
Mr.
recovery.
Smith was your lawyer previously, right? Yeah. So let's get him in the courtroom. So I'll appoint you, Mr. Smith.
Yes, sir.
And I believe Mr. Vance is actually reporting to serve a portion of the jail sentence today. So I'll let you speak with him, and then after that is completed, you'll need to go ahead and report for his jail term, which I understand is 10 days.
That is correct, Judge, yes.
So we'll need to set, and you're not available until 21st or after anyway,
I
right?
think, Judge, I might be able to, I think Monday, St. Patrick's Day, I could be here. Let me double check. I've unfortunately got a bunch of hearings coming up. I'm here, actually, I'm here the 7th, but I don't know what the schedule's like.
Well, he's going to be in custody.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so 10 days from today is,
13.
yeah, I could do the 21st is the soonest I could do then, Judge.
Okay, we'll set the next hearing for March 21st for a pretrial, and put all these cases on that date. So after you've discussed this, you'll need to report to probation to start his 10-day jail sentence. Do you have the new charges? I assume you do.
Yes, Judge, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
State of Ohio versus Brittany Smith on a recall case number CRB 24171. Brittany Smith.
This was a review hearing this morning, I believe, yes. Brittany Smith is here. She's at RRS. All right, well, it looks, and you've got some, I know, demands on your time, but it looks like you missed some of your hearing, or your sessions.
Yeah, sure. I spoke with her in the lobby, and she assures me she's going to get back in compliance.
Okay. We need to test her to that.
She said she's good.
She's had negative screens a lot.
Yeah, she's had negative screens since August.
It's more important now than ever.
Yes.
right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, I'll pass that. I'll cancel the warrant, reschedule you for, when's your date?
I'm not due till June, but.
Okay. Well, let's come back in April. Does it matter if it's Mondays or Fridays? April 21st. Continue with your treatment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Trevor Clement. Case number CRB 24344, CRB 231645 A and B, CRA 23515, and others.
Mr. Stiers' case.
He's here.
Trevor Clement. Yes. Well, it sounds like Trevor's got some work to do.
That's the look of things. Mr. DeMint would like to ask to have his monitor removed.
No.
He'd like to speak. I'm going to give him the customary caution that anything you say can be used
See all
against
those
you.
files, Trevor? No. We're gonna get serious. You're capable of doing this. I've seen you do it. You're also capable of going off the reservation really bad. When you go off, you go off. And you've never really committed to staying clean. You've always just played with it. So,
Your Honor, he'd like to speak. I've cautioned him that anything he says can be used against him, but obviously it's his right to speak. I can't prevent that.
okay, I'll hear what you have to say.
Well, okay, so he was talking to me. I apologize. I thought he wanted to speak.
Stick around, I'll come talk to you.
Okay. You're at a good place to get the help you need. You're a young guy, you can still have a very successful, long life, but you're not going to have a successful, long life and keep on the path you've been on.
Your Honor, may we approach for a moment?
Yes. Okay, this case will be recalled. The prosecutor made an offer to Mr. Steyer, and he wants to discuss it with the client.
I'll come out and talk to you in a couple minutes. Don't go far, please.
State of Ohio versus Cameron Harris, case number CRV 25-114.
Mr. Steyer's case is set for pre-trial.
I made some copies here, but I guess they sort of, instead of collating, so give me just a second to put these. I didn't look at them again after I pulled them off the copier. You may recall that this case is one where I contacted the court and Mr. Heald during the week and indicated that Mr. Harris's family had bonded him out and got him into some medical treatment. I have some information about that. Take a quick look at what's there, and then Mr. Heald and I may want to approach.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, pursuant to the discussions we had at bench, I'd like to continue this matter one time. We will waive time constraints to accomplish that, because this is a short time frame case. Mr. Harris is going to bring an update on his medical situation at the time we come back. And at that time, if the court and the prosecutor are satisfied that medical treatment's been set up the way it needs to be, we would anticipate a dismissal.
April the 7th, then, is that?
Let me make certain, I've got a couple trials coming up, so. I actually have a trial that day. Does Monday or Friday work better for you? Does it matter?
It doesn't matter.
The 11th, I'm available.
Let's do that. April 11th.
In a couple minutes. I'm talking about having a couple more cases to get called. Okay.
I made a note of what was discussed.
Federal Law versus Rachel M. Tillman, case number CRA 24518, CRB 24320.
She's on teleconference. And Mr. Starr is the attorney.
Your Honor, Ms. Helmer is in a sober living facility in Columbus. She has, since we were here last, attained employment. Some of what we're here on are some pending charges. Some of what we're here on are some older cases where she needs to, I think there may be some money that has to be paid, and there might be some community service to be done. That's where those are. I did not personally receive an update from the treatment provider, but I don't know that they didn't send it to the court or to Mr. Major.
Okay, I don't have it.
Helmer. And it might say Willis. Some of the things they've sent have said Willis.
I've not received anything either.
All right. Before, it looked like there was someone with Ms. Helmer from the facility. Is there anyone there from the facility that can give a verbal report?
Can you hear us, ma'am?
I'm sorry, no, I didn't hear you.
Do you have any representatives of the facility that are there that can just give us a quick verbal report?
I do.
Okay, can you put them on have them step into the screen or whatever?
Sure, one second.
Thank you.
Good morning. Ma'am, could you identify yourself?
Yes, my name is Mindy Ansley, and I'm the housing manager at Arraignments Housing, so living.
Can you give us a quick report on Ms. Helmer, how she's doing at your facility?
She's on one floor. She's complying with all rules. She has seeked employment and has obtained employment. She is doing everything we ask of her to be compliant to live on our facility.
Okay, thank you for that report. How long can she stay there?
She's been here almost 3 months now.
Is there a time frame in which she must leave, or?
Well, no, typically our program is 18 months, but we do extend if they still need additional housing until we can find a replacement.
Okay, so she's not in danger of getting kicked out at this point, then?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right, thank you for that report. You can put Ms. Helmer back on. Does anyone have any questions?
I think at this point we just need to make sure we have a new date, and that's kind of where things are.
Mr. Hill?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just reviewing our notes about, we have a victim in this, and right now we're satisfied that she's being successful in treatment. Earlier on in this case, I've indicated that we were undecided as to whether we would need to take the case to the grand jury or not. I think a discussion with the alleged victim at this point is going to be important to make that final determination. But we are encouraged that she's doing well.
So we would just ask to come back at a time frame the court deems appropriate.
Mid-April, 14th, 18th.
We just said something for the 11th, that day could still work. The 18th I'm unavailable. I can do the 14th if that's better for the court than the 11th.
The 11th is fine. April the 11th will be the next hearing. And you can appear by teleconference as long as you're still in treatment. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Kathy A. Roberts, case number CRB 24-805.
Your Honor, this matter was one that was set for 90-day continuance. It was noted that no costs were required and no appearances required if there were no further problems. I wasn't.
Willing to dismiss?
Yes, Your Honor.
Case will be dismissed.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Brittany Eplin, case number CRB 23-589, A and B.
Squire, standing in for Mr. Morford.
Yes, this is Mr. Morford's case. I have a report here from amended reads regarding Ms. Eplin, and I think there's going to be copies for the court from Mr. Hill.
I also wanted to give this to the judge.
Okay, I got to show it to the prosecutor. And does that one is provided this, which you guys to send up as well? That's, so yes, his to keep. Is that his to keep?
He can have a copy of it, but
Well,
I'd just like to
okay.
get one back.
I'll need to get it back and make a copy for the court after the court's looked at it.
Well, from the report, from amended reads, sounds like there's some issues.
That's what I was seeing, Your Honor.
Is this with another client at the facility? Is
I
the problem?
don't think it involved another client, did it? Oh, I see, sort of.
The reason for the final strike is a more or less private matter. That we would prefer not to subject to the court on the record.
Okay. Well, it does say something about, I thought there was something here about. Hang on. Given a correction action plan, not receptive to redirection.
This may be one that might be better dealt with by Mr. Morford directly due to the complicated nature of what's going on. I don't know if there's a possibility to set this back for Monday or next week. Or we could approach.
Well, let's do that. Let's just reschedule it. He can be here. Yeah, the 10th is a good day to do it, March 10th.
I'll inform Mr. Morford of that, and if it's an issue for him, he can ask for continuance.
Okay, right now, it's continued to March.
Your Honor, if I may, she wants to ask about getting her ankle monitor removed. I don't know if the court has an opinion on that at the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to deny it based on the report. March 10th will be the next one.
Thank you. Oh, you've got one, sorry.
State of Ohio recalls David D. Vance, case number CRB 2550, PRC 241921, CRB 24597.
Mr. Smith's case.
Thank you.
Judge, he was just arraigned 15, 20 minutes ago. I spoke with Mr. Hill. He's willing to make an offer to resolve this new charge along, since he's going to jail today anyway. I bet Mr. Hill put on the record what the proposed offer is.
The offer we made, Your Honor, was 20 days in jail with 9 suspended, which would give him 11 days in jail, which would run concurrently with the 10 days in jail, so he would have an additional day in jail, and then he'd be on probation. And we had no discussion about any other sanctions, whether there's fines or community service. We didn't even discuss those things.
And that's correct, Judge. I explained to my client, I've just now gotten this file, so I don't know if that's a good deal or bad deal, but he wants to do it with the understanding I've not had time to prepare a defense, even look at the file, but based on what the state's offered, he says he's comfortable going ahead and doing that without me advising him as to his, if that's a good, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so you're changing your plea, Mr. Vance, to the new charge which is menacing to guilty, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have a right to make a statement to the court if you want before sentencing. Do you have anything you want to say? No? Okay, so on 2550, I'm going to read the affidavit. How's your wrist?
I just got the stitches taken out on the, what day was it? The 26th? Yeah. The 26th to the 27th. I'm still in recovery for it at the moment. I've got to keep this brace on.
Okay, I'll agree with what's being proposed. So I'll impose a $100 fine and court costs, 20 days in jail, suspend 9. This will run concurrent with what he's receiving on TRC 241921. So his total time in jail should be 11 days between the two. Set. We need review hearings on all of these, so let's see if there's a review hearing on this other.
You had changed that to the 21st, Your Honor, to go on the future on this, so I deleted all the review dates.
Well, okay, so they all need review hearings. We'll make it August 25th, the date we're doing now on the other case, on the new cases. So August 25th will be your reviewing on all the cases you have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you get everything finished by then, you want to come back. That's for, make sure you do your final compliance.
And we're going to ask for no contact order also.
Okay. And I believe that's.
We'll execute that, Judge.
Mr. Nicholas Kelly. So don't go around or contact that person. Got keys to go in custody today.
State of Ohio versus Kathy Haycock, case number CRB 24694.
My notes were this was a case that would be dismissed with cost paid.
That is correct, John.
You're ordered to pay costs. Was she ordered to pay costs, Judge? Is that?
Yes, it
Oh,
was
okay.
dismissal with cost.
I wasn't ordered, you asked me.
Well, no,
Do it.
the court ordered it. It will be dismissed if you pay court costs. You agree to pay court costs. You can't come in now and say, I don't like that deal. You have to pay
Well, I'm
costs.
saying because it was like that real quick, and
Well-
you're like, you have to pay this.
She doesn't want to pay, Judge. I
I
don't know
mean,
what to do.
if I have to pay it, I feel like, I didn't cause none of this, and I'm going through the trauma. I'm in counseling for the trauma.
I consider it for a trauma.
I mean, he's in jail, he'll be in jail for, I don't even know how long. I don't even have to deal with him now.
Your Honor, it was a cross-filing, and the gentleman that was the counterpart in this, he had other charges going on as well, and probably, we're okay if she doesn't pay court costs in this case.
Be dismissed without cost.
But not because you complained, because I figured out that's probably the best thing.
Thank you very much.
I guess not. Dismiss it without any cost, including the assigned counsel.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Brian T. McCann, case number CRB 24804. Brian T. McCann.
This is Mr. Smith's case. This is another case that was supposed to be dismissed with cost paid. I don't see Mr. McCann here.
I have not seen it, but I have not looked for about 2 hours.
Costs were paid, I'm sorry.
Oh, that
You
might be
paid the
why.
costs.
Oh, good.
So the state's still willing to dismiss it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which case number is that?
24804. 24804. Be dismissed.
State of Ohio versus Christopher L. Smith, case number CRA 2580.
Pre-trial today. Mr. Smith's case.
He texted about 8:30, said he's running a little bit late, but I don't know why it's going on noon. I do know, Judge, we have appeared in front of Judge Ballard on the felony charge. There was an extradition situation with Noble County, Indiana.
Right.
And we put this after the arraignment. I thought he was supposed to have that taken care of, but I don't see him. Could we?
What happened in common pleas?
He got an OR bond, so he could go take care of this, and so he's, I think, in a couple weeks of pretrial. He was just arraigned. But if we could put this at the bottom of the docket, let me make some phone calls, because he's always shown up. Oh, thank you, Judge.
State of Ohio versus Thomas White, case number CRB 259.
Mr. Smith's case, pretrial.
Did you file this schedule?
I'm pretty sure I did.
We got a lot of stuff here, so once you file this discovery and wait for it.
Yes.
Oh, you did?
Judge, we're not able to resolve it. I'm going to file discovery.
No, you did already. We answered it.
I thought I did, but because I never say never, but I don't see this resolving short of a trial or dismissal, and I don't
That's fine.
think the state's willing to dismiss it, so
You want to set it for a trial, or you want to go to the pretrial? Is the discovery answered, or?
Yes.
Yes, it was, yes.
Okay.
You want a pretrial
Set it for trial.
or set for trial?
The 24th or after is for trial.
Judge, I could do the 28th or the 4th of April.
Let's do the 28th.
Sure.
March 28th at noon for trial.
State of Ohio versus Brittany Kazee, case number CRB 24489.
Mr. Stratton's case.
Your Honor, could we recall this to after the jail arraignments or
Yes.
jail? Yes.
We're not ready to do the jail thing yet.
I know, there's a unique situation that we have to wait till after one of the jails. If we could just call that after that.
Case will be recalled later.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Michael Z. Chafin, case number CRB 24726. Michael Chafin.
Michael Chafin, Mr. Stratton's case. My notice were to be dismissed. You got a good report, no problem.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm not sure where he's at, so.
Mr. Nguyen, do you have a report on Michael Chafin? He was there. The last report I have is January 10th.
Your Honor, we just recall that after a bond.
Recall that also.
State of Ohio versus James L. Phantom, case number TRC 242610 A and B.
Your Honor, this was arraigned on January 3rd. We do not have the urine results yet, so we'll just ask that this be reset again. The state checked and they don't have it.
Okay, what's the time frame on this?
Well, the arrest was on December 27th, so 3/25 about would be the 90 days.
Okay. 17, 2 weeks?
Yes.
I'm surprised you checked today.
You want
Next
Friday?
hearing is March 17th.
Okay,
for pretrial,
17th?
10 o'clock.
Okay, for 17. All right. Good to go.
State of Ohio versus Roger Frizzell, case number TRC 24782 A, B, and C. CRD 2549A and B. Roger Frizzell.
I spoke with Mr. Frizzell this morning, Your Honor. He is unable to make it. I told him that the court will either continue it till Friday or issue a warrant, but he has plans to come in on Friday.
He's got it wound up. At least that was my notes.
Your Honor, if we could just continue it till Friday, he'll be here Friday. It's
Wound up with Mr. Sowers.
Yeah, Your Honor, it's sentencing on everything except the driving under suspension. It's only a pretrial on the driving under suspension.
Mr. Higgins.
He was supposed to be going to the VA.
I don't want to set it for Friday, though. We're trying to keep Friday light, because we have a visiting judge coming for a trial.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Another date if you want to continue it.
You can put it on the next Monday if you want.
10th?
Yes, yes.
Okay, finished request, case to continue to March 10th for sentencing and pretrial.
Yeah. I think he might have only had a bond on that OVI that's set for sentencing, so. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Okay. Well, both case numbers are listed on the bond.
Oh, okay, all right.
State of Ohio versus Darrell W. McFan, case number CRB 24586. Darrell W. McFan.
Your Honor, this is supposed to be a 90-day dismissal with costs. Costs are paid. I don't believe the appearance was.
Costs have not been paid, that I can tell. Looks like they're still owed.
Your Honor, I asked for 7 days before warrants issued.
It's got 7 days before warrant will issue.
State of Ohio versus Gregory S. Henry, case number CRA 25116. Mr. Holt's case.
Mr. Holt's case, preliminary hearing. How's the state want to proceed?
Your Honor, we're going to send the case to the grand jury, so I assume since he's put up a bond that he would want to waive his right to a preliminary hearing.
What was the bond, Your Honor?
It's $2,000.
Yes, in exchange for keeping the bond, we would be willing to waive.
You need to sign a waiver. So you have a 50-50 chance of you being his lawyer and.
Yeah, I don't do many, well, probably less than that because I don't do many appointed, but.
He posted.
But yes, I'm not welcome on one side, which is very welcome by me.
Well, figure it was maybe flip of a coin. Well, here's the thing, for him, he really needs to know what could happen if they try to notify him and they don't have the right address or phone number or whatever, and he could lose his bond and get arrested.
We would provide, he does have an address. Is your daughter here? The daughter can provide the new address, and the prosecutor's office has that because he was staying with it.
Was Mr. Holt appointed on this case?
Yes, you was.
It's still.
That's fine, you're good. You're good. Simon's in the mail, okay? Okay. Come here,
How's that work?
Well, we should be collecting it up front under those. I could show you this hundreds of thousands of dollars we're behind.
Okay, there is for, at least for academic purposes, a $25 assigned counsel court cost. Yeah, this court. Okay, I'll accept his waiver.
He doesn't have it today, Your Honor, but he does plan on paying it.
Okay. So, Mr. Henry, you need to, as best you can, monitor this once it goes to common pleas, because if you get indicted and don't show up, you could lose your bond. And a lot of times they try to serve you at a place that it's not the right address or whatever, and they'll just issue a warrant. And you wind up getting arrested again. So, if it was me, in my case, I would go onto the website and check it periodically, and then go turn myself in if I see I've gotten indicted. Okay? I don't know if that makes sense to you, but that's the way it is. Yes, sir. Okay, case here is bound over to Granger.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Billy E. McKenzie, case number CRA 24-497, A and B. Mr. Steyer.
Preliminary hearing.
Your Honor, this matter, a week or two ago was set, and Mr. McKenzie was in the Scioto County Jail. I contacted the jail, found out from the jail that he's been held by a probation holder of Scioto County Municipal Court, called them. I wasn't able to speak to his specific probation officer, but the probation officer there said that it was their anticipation that he'd be getting out of jail and put into rehab. I guess he was released from jail. They have him at Restoring Hope, which is where he was prior to the day he missed court. But I don't have contact information for Mr. McKenzie, so I wasn't able to get a hold of him to tell him to be here today. But his co-defendant is Virginia McGlone, and she is set for court on the 10th. So what I'd like to do today is just ask to have this reset to the 10th, and if he doesn't appear, just appear with her, we can talk to her and say, hey, because I believe they live together. Say, hey, can you get him here on another date? I know that's not optimal, but I think under the circumstances, it's probably about the best we can do to get him in here.
So he's outpatient, he's not inpatient?
He is, well, it's sober living apartments here in town. Somewhere, they're in Chesapeake.
In Chesapeake?
My understanding is they're in Chesapeake. I could be wrong about that. My understanding is the place is actually in Chesapeake. They don't send anybody to court except when they actually have a hearing, though. They don't have a representative that just comes weekly.
So what's the state's position on that?
That's fine.
We're following treatment on this one, so that just seems, again, like it might be the way to go.
All right, at the finished request, I'll continue to March 10th for preliminary hearing.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're ready to go back to Lawrence County Jail. State of Ohio versus Nathaniel K. Bullen, case number CRB 25-113, CRB 25-64. It's Mr. Stratton's case.
Mr. Stratton,
these OBI. I'm gonna get a hold of him, Caldwell. Did you want to approach, Mr. Hill? Yes, I got approach.
Yes. Yeah, they transported him earlier, I'll say about 5 minutes. Yeah, I think they do take their own subdivisions. Oh, why your wife? I get the information on that. Yeah. Is it in-
Readily available? Okay. Did you want to recall this?
Bless you.
Okay, I've just sent you the contact information for the VA liaison.
All right, I'll give her a call.
Recall it after you've made contact with her.
Yes.
State of Ohio versus Jeremy R. Caldwell, case number TRC 25-38, A, B, and C. Charles Hutchinson will be on deck.
It's Mr. Steyer's case, set for preliminary hearing.
Your Honor, I haven't spoken to Mr. Caldwell. The state hasn't responded to my offer. if I could get a response on that real quick, I would ask probably to have this recalled one more time, and I'd step out and call him right away.
And your offer was?
The offer was that if they would agree to treat it as a third offense OVI, well, I guess it's not even an offer, because I have to clear it with Mr. Caldwell, but see if they would make the offer, I guess, to treat it as a third offense OVI to avoid the felony. I would want to call Mr. Caldwell and explain to him the advantages of that versus going forward as a felony.
Is the state prepared to do that?
The state thought they had their file right in front of us, and I don't see it now. Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to look at that particularly because I believe that those priors were in West Virginia, which wouldn't alone cause something, rethink things, but I'm not entirely unconvinced about Mr. Steyer's statement about a similar statute, if it's a felony, although it may be if it's a felony anywhere, it becomes a felony here, I just don't know. But I'm also willing to look at the particulars of this and perhaps to make that offer.
Well, I'm going to throw out another option, which might be if we could, where do you live, sir?
Huntington.
He lives in Huntington, so it should be too bit hard to get him back over here. If we were to reduce his bond and I were to waive time constraints on the preliminary hearing and set this back for next week or at a different time that's convenient to the court, that would give Mr. Hill a little more time to look at the issue.
What kind of bond can you post?
Well, is there a cash and surety bond you could post? Is there an amount of money you could come up with?
If like $1,000 is 10%, is what?
100. Well, if he said $1,000 cash and surety bond, it would cost you about $150 probably to get out, because the bondsman's going to charge more than 10% on that.
Yeah, I could do that.
Now, you understand if I get the bond, if the state agrees and the court agrees to lower the bond, and you don't come up with it, you're just going to sit in jail until we get back here. Do you understand that?
I do.
So you want me to go ahead and ask for a bond reduction?
Yes.
Well, let's do that then, Your Honor. We could put a low cash and surety bond on him that he might be able to meet. If he doesn't show back up, this is a felony. It's currently charged as a felony, so if he didn't show back up, Mr. Sowers would just go to West Virginia and get him.
I've got it right here. And this is the one in which it was a third offense that sent him to prison.
That's the allegation, at any rate. Yes.
Right, as far as the records indicate.
Right.
It was the third, so yeah, now it would be a fourth, but it wouldn't qualify as a felony under the Ohio laws if you're talking about the number in the last 10 years, because the first one was in 05. They were in 05, 13, 17.
Right. This would actually be a second offense under Ohio law, but for the fact that the third offense in West Virginia is a felony. In West Virginia, the third offense is a felony. I don't know what the look back period in West Virginia
In my
is.
experience, they almost never do that on the third offense.
Well, he's got.
I don't know what his whole record is, but they play pretty fast and loose with that in West Virginia, in my experience.
His record's pretty thick. Approach.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Sir, I'm gonna,
Mr. Craig, your lawyer's gonna call, there's been an offer made to your lawyer, he'll call and talk to you about it, and then we'll come back on the record and decide if it's something we're interested in.
thank you. What's the next recall?
Charles Hutchison.
That's mine also.
Charles Hutchison, case number TRC 25383 and others.
Mr. Hutchison has Medicare. The only one of our providers that can accept Medicare is OVP, and they can only accept it for outpatient.
But he did inform that he was using fentanyl and cocaine, so I would like for us to try to at least find somewhere that could take him inpatient, because I think that's kind of necessary in this situation, according to his assessment.
Okay.
But if not,
How about the boss?
that's what I was thinking about, reaching out to her. If all else fails, though, he can do outpatient with OVP.
And the Bluffs and the new lady that was here this morning, the Amy Reed,
Oh, yes.
I think they take.
I think they do.
Medicare also.
I think they do.
So this might be another one we want to wait briefly. Let me try to make some phone calls.
We'll recall.
Thank you. And what do you have next?
State of Ohio versus Jamie L. Rowe.
Okay, step out.
Case number CRD 25134, TRC 171253, TRD 182418.
Okay, now, I didn't appoint counsel for her, I don't think. Did I appoint you a lawyer?
Yeah, Jason Hall.
Oh, Mr. Hall, okay, we need Mr. Hall. Okay, this is on the issue of bond, whether we could get.
Yeah, what's she still in jail? That's fine.
Your Honor, something to propose to the court, if the court would be okay with this. Defendant's friend here has $250 that she's able to pay on behalf of the defendant. I thought it probably better cause to pay towards her old fines instead of paying for a bond and then her come back, we come back next Friday. She owes she owes 30 hours community service and I think a little less than $900 on 3 cases. 2 of them are just $25, so she could knock 2 of those out now and then pay towards the other one. Which the one that has a substantial one is the 2017.
It's right in front of you. It's in here.
Get recalled.
Why don't we split it and do a $1,500 bond, and let her post her bond for her and pay whatever's left off the bond. Because I'm afraid she won't come back.
Okay.
She's got a bond up, she hasn't come back.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, I think we'll look it out. We'll contact, the artist will pay that, so $100 towards that, will be, contact Mr. Sowers. Can we schedule this for the week from Friday?
The 14th then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. March 14th will be the next hearing on everything that Ms. Rowe has. Set bond at $1,500 cash assured. Let Mr. Sowers know. You'll need to get Ms. Kaziz's contact information. That's what's going to post the bond. And next hearing is March 14th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Buddy E. Malone Jr. on a recall of Lawrence County Jail, case number CRA 25133, CRB 25135, and CRB 24820. Samuel Bullock will be on deck.
This is Mr. Smith's case.
It is, Judge. I called and spoke with John Kincaid, the probation officer in Ironton Municipal Court. Judge Waldo has Mr. Malone set for this Thursday. He does not want him released. He said he'll deal with Thursday whether he goes to treatment. He appointed me in that court. I can't because I represent the victim in another case, but if we could set this for Friday, that would get us within the 10 days to have a prelim if he's still in jail.
A week from Friday? Or
this Friday, the 7th. I don't know how long he's been in. I'm assuming he just went in. We set it for the 21st, thinking he would be in treatment. I could waive time, but it sounds like we may need to set it for this Friday.
Well, let's see. He just,
I'm not sure when he went in, because Monday's bad for me next
he
Monday.
came in on the, or this happened on the 1st.
And I'm not here next Monday, the 10th, but I am here Friday.
I don't really want to set it Friday because
Okay.
we've got that trial with the judge.
Oh, okay.
So Judge Waldo's looking to put him in.
Well, he wants him to stay at least till Thursday, so he's in front of the judge. He said he would revisit it then, whether he's going to let him go to treatment.
Well, why don't I just give him an OR bond? They have a holder for Ironton Municipal?
They do. John Kincaid does.
I'll put an OR bond and they can do whatever they want to with him and then we can go further out.
Then we can go further.
I'm fine if he wants to put him in treatment.
Okay.
So I'll change it to a 5,000 OR bond from cash surety.
And we're already set then for the 21st, Judge, in this court. So that takes care of my time issue. Yes.
Okay, so next hearing will be March 21st.
Thank you, Judge.
State of Ohio versus Nathaniel Kyle Bullen, Lawrence County Jail, case number CRB 25113, CRB 2564. And Jeremy Caldwell is on deck.
Mr. Stratton's case? Yes. She respond?
Yes. So, she gave us 2 options. Or she can apply for the long term. I understand that. Okay, so, and also understanding the long term programs are not state. So.
He's been to the airport before, that's why I'm like, for the same weeks. This is on Nathaniel Buellin, Mr. Buellin. I guess the VA is willing to take you back if they put you on an ankle monitor if you go back there this time. So I don't know what your feeling is about going back to the VA program, but let me just make sure you understand, because this is really important. If I send you back there with an ankle monitor, and I sent you one there once before recently without an ankle monitor, and you stayed about 5 minutes and left. So if I send you with an ankle monitor and you leave, here's the problem. With an ankle monitor, they're going to find you. I mean, those ankle monitors are so sophisticated now, they know where you are within 10 feet. They're just going to come and pick you up. So the only way around that is to cut the ankle monitor off, and that's possible. You can cut the ankle monitor off. But if you do that, here's what you need to realize. We get our ankle monitors from the adult probation department. That's the common police court that has the felony court. They're the ones that provide the ankle monitors. You're not charged with a felony right now, you're charged with 2 misdemeanors. But if you cut the ankle monitor off, they get really mad. Adult probation gets really mad about that. And they're going to file a felony against you. And you're going to go to common police court. And you're going to go to prison for cutting the ankle monitor off. Everybody that's done it is going to prison. So, I mean, you're setting yourself up to fail if you don't think you're going to stay. If you think, oh, I'm going to be tempted to leave and cut the ankle monitor off, you'd be better off saying, heck no, I'll just stay in the county jail. Because right now, you can't go to prison. But you cut an ankle monitor off, you are going to prison for years. I'm not talking about a few months. I'm talking about 3 years, I think, is the standard, isn't it? So, I mean, it's a serious business you need to think about. Now, I'd like to see you get long-term treatment because I think that's what you need, but I don't want you to go to prison either. But you're taking the risk of going to prison if you don't think you're going to do this.
The goal is to go to treatment, to apply for and to go to long-term treatment. So this is not something short-term. The goal is long-term.
But it won't be prison. I mean, you've got a serious, from my observation of you, I've seen you multiple times in this court. I don't think I'm going out on a limb to say you've got a serious substance use issue.
Your Honor, Ms. Rayburn just texted me. She said that she'll have to ask the facility whether they will take him back. And I have to make sure they are willing to do that. If not, we will apply for long-term from jail. So it sounds like she has an additional step that she has to take.
Okay, so at this point, he's not even sure they would take you because you've been there before. So they may say no. He's been here, it didn't work, so. maybe we just need to continue it till we find that out.
Well, and she said, I will let you know, also our bed date is mid-March. So if they do take them back, they won't take them back until mid-March.
Yeah, it's not like something's gonna happen tomorrow.
Right.
It's gonna be a week or two
Correct.
before they take you back anyway.
Mhm.
So you got some decisions to make. And I think the biggest decision you gotta decide, Mr. Buell, are you done with taking drugs? Because it's my impression from what you said here and at the VA before is you like taking drugs and you don't really want to quit taking drugs. And if that's the case, you probably shouldn't do this deal where you're going to go to long-term treatment. It's a waste of everybody's time and money and effort. Maybe you just take the jail time and get it over with, and then once you get out of jail, you can go back to partying.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Yeah.
It's not a good idea, but it may be an idea that fits what you want to do more than you saying you want to get a treatment and then it being a waste of time.
Yeah, I don't want to get sober, so it would be kind of a waste of time.
Did you say I don't want to get sober?
I mean, I want to get sober, but the treatment at Spring Valley doesn't really work for me that well, because I've been there so many times.
Well, they're talking about sending you someplace else, longer term, because it's like a month-long program. They want to send you someplace else now. So if you go there, it'll be just like a stopover because you went to another VA facility that's longer term.
All right. Okay. I think I was making it easier. I was taking the jail time.
So my notes indicate that he actually pled guilty to this charge, 24 CRB 113, on
Yes.
February 2nd. So that's worth 6 months in jail. I don't want to see that be the result. But by golly, 6 months in jail, I'd rather be someplace that's trying to help me for a longer period than sit in the county jail for 6 months. But if that's what the court has to do and impose that, that's what we'd ask for if the court sentences him today.
Yeah, I think it'd be easier to do it that way. That way we don't have to continue dragging it on. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's disappointing, and I know your mother was here in court today, and I think she left a message. She wants to see you go to long-term treatment, so that's not, but if you're saying, which I understand what you're saying, is you don't think treatment's gonna help you get clean, then at least, because she's the victim in these cases, at least you'll have 6 months of peace.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me do the jail time, for my guilty plea, or what I call it, and here. So I got 174 days, and I guess not do that, or.
Well, that's what was suspended on the first case. You got another case now, so I don't know what the state wants to do. He was already sentenced to 174 days, February 7th, that was suspended. And then he got this new case, 25-113, which is again, his mother as the victim on a restraining order from February 21st.
Yeah, I think he pled guilty to that one. At the arraignment.
I don't believe so.
I didn't make a note of it.
No. I was appointed after the second case, so we didn't
I think he pled guilty to the first one.
He did.
At the arraignment.
Yes.
The second one, I don't think I even took a plea. I think I wanted him to force him to treatment, so I appointed you to represent him. It hasn't worked out.
So that's a full year if you pled to the second case. You realize that?
Yeah, let's do that, so this is there. Yeah.
You want to plead to the second case?
Yeah.
Let's plead guilty to the second case, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, we could do this. If you decide to sentence him to a substantial jail time, I ask that the court put this up for review.
We wouldn't oppose
in
that.
short order.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead on 25113, and well, first I need to ask you, Mr. Buell, do you have anything you want to tell me about this last case before I sentence you? You have a right to make a statement.
No, Your Honor, I'm good.
Okay. Well, I'll sentence you to 180 days in jail on that, and it was a separate incident, so I'm gonna make it consecutive to the other case, 2564. I'm going to set a review hearing about a month out, and hopefully, I'm hoping that you'll change your mind and come in a month and say, I've had enough jail, I want to go to treatment. Because I think that's the best. You know, you're a young guy. You got a mother anyway. I don't know if you got other family. I'm sure they don't want to see you sitting in jail. They would prefer to see you getting help, because some people do get help in jail, it helps them, but for the most part, we know from studies that people that go into jail with a substance use problem come out with a substance use problem. So I would like to see you get over your substance use problem, but the first step in that is you gotta wanna get over your substance use problem. And if you're not ready to get over it, it doesn't matter what I do, jail, treatment, you're still gonna have it. You gotta make a commitment. This is more important than me partying. And I think, honestly, I think part of the problem is he gets benefits from the VA, and that's an automatic party every month. He gets a party coming through what's probably direct deposit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he agrees. So, okay.
Does he get credit for jail time served?
He gets credit for jail time served, so he's been in since the 21st. So, 10 days. Right. So let's put his review hearing on for April 4th.
Do you want me to stay on that, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Okay.
That funds from?
Yeah, well, he's got money, so let's give him a $200 fine on court costs. That's fine. Might as well give it to the court, than the drug dealer.
Your Honor, I will let Ms. Rayburn know.
Okay, thank you.
State of Ohio, Mr. Jeremy R. Caldwell, from Lawrence County Jail, case number TRC 25338, A, B, and C. All Hutchinson is on deck.
Mr. Steyer's case.
Your Honor, Mr. Caldwell has agreed to accept the offer the state made, which would be to plead guilty to the charge as it exists now, which is a second offense, OVI. As discussed, I think we're going to have a joint recommendation of 180 days in the Lawrence County Jail with 160 suspended, credit for 8 served. He'll have 12 more days to do, at which point he's going to be required to get a substance abuse assessment and to follow up as necessary. I don't know if anyone, he is a West Virginia resident. What kind of, if you have insurance through your job?
No, I have to pay out of pocket.
Do you have a medical card?
No, I just qualify for it from the amount that me and my wife make.
Okay, so I don't know, that's going to cause some difficulty in treatment, but we can, I'm sure find somebody that can help him. We didn't discuss the amount of the fine. There is a test, but there's no test score, so I don't know what your practice is in that situation. And driver's license suspension as well. He's a West Virginia resident, so I'm not even sure whether driving privileges are even an issue.
He doesn't have a license.
Well, if he doesn't have a license, then it's obviously no driving privilege, and there was no insurance, so.
I wouldn't, it would be unusual unusual for me to give driving privileges under those circumstances.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Caldwell, you have a right to make a statement to the court. Do you wish to say anything?
Thank you.
It's my understanding you're living in Huntington now?
Yes.
What's your current address?
2950 Fifth Avenue, Huntington.
Okay. All right, on the ODI, I'll impose a $700 fine. Order the cost be paid. 1 year license suspension from the date of the incident. 180 days in jail, 160 suspended. Credit for 8 days already served. 2 years of level 4 probation. He's already in jail, so he's got 12 more days to do. 60 hours of community service. Substance use counseling required. I think PROAC in Huntington and Valley Health both could evaluate you for ability to pay basis, and probably OBP too. Those are 3 that I know that are in Huntington that are West Virginia residents. But I'm required to make you get substance use counseling on this conviction. Is review hearing, first review hearing I'll make May 2nd, first Friday in May at 9 o'clock. And let's see, what else? There was a no driver's license. I'll impose a $100 fine on that. No court costs. And then the last charge was safety belt. That's a mandatory $30 fine.
I'm sorry, was this treated as a second offense?
Yes. Second with the refusal.
No, Your Honor, there was no refusal on this.
Oh, that's right, there was a year. So
We asked for more time just because of the history.
Right.
Was there a mobilization of the vehicle? Look at that far. Just crashed.
So there was a wreck here.
There's no information on the ticket that the
Seized. Was this vehicle titled to you, sir, or somebody else?
My wife.
Okay. Well, it won't be impounded then. She can, I don't know if she's got it yet, but she's the owner, she's entitled to get it wherever it's safe.
Yeah.
Okay, it is, yes, Sabrina, is it Sabrina or Serena?
Serena.
Serena Jones was the title, had the title. So she can get the vehicle. It's worth getting, when it got wrecked or whatever. Okay, anything else?
nothing for the defense.
Okay, May 2nd is your review hearing, sir. You gotta show up then, or you'll get a warrant for not showing up.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
State of Ohio, we call Charles M. Hutchinson at the Lawrence County Jail, case number TRC 25383, A, B, and C, and others.
This is Steyer's case?
Yes, Your Honor, I spoke to Miss Reed, who's our new contact. They can't take Medicare. However, they told me about a place called Ridgeview Hospital in Middle Point, Ohio, which I think is somewhere near Lima.
No, Middle Port's next to Palm.
Middle Point, I think.
Middle Point.
Middle Point, okay. So that is a possibility. I don't have any contact information for them beyond, oh, I'm sorry, he's not even on the screen yet. Okay, I spoke to Miss Reed at, no, this is the White Light, I think it was called. They can't take Medicare. They referred me to a place called Ridgeview Hospital in Middle Point, Ohio. She said good luck getting people in there if there's a dual diagnosis, because it's a behavioral health hospital. But if it's strictly a substance abuse diagnosis, they can't take Medicare either. I guess Medicare doesn't pay for inpatient treatment, apparently. Likewise, Ms. Hazelton from the Bluffs also said they can't, but referred me to a place called Meridian Services. I have no idea who that is or where that is. So I just got the name, and it's a 330 number, but I don't know where that area code is. So at this point, I don't have anyone that I think can take him. So we've just arraigned him today. If we could set a bond and a date back fairly quickly, I can make some calls so that if we can at least have, I haven't discussed with Mr. Hutchinson whether he's interested in treatment, but I don't really feel like there's much point in having that conversation if I don't know that there's a place that would take him if he says yes. So I'd like to just set this back for next Monday, if we could, and in the meantime, I will do my best to find some place that can say, hey, if he qualifies and is interested and the court allows it, we would take him.
State's position on bond.
State would request a $10,000 cash surety bond.
I'll set bond at $10,000. Cash for surety.
Let me do it.
I'm sorry.
TCC will take me. I've been there before. I was there before, and I know they will.
When I asked, they did not say they could take you on Medicare.
The counseling center?
Yes, they're here. Well, they're not in the room at the moment. They were here earlier, and we asked if anyone could take you with Medicare. They didn't raise their hand. So I don't believe they can take you, but if you think that's a possibility, I'll speak to them as one of the people I talk to. But the big thing is to find a place that will take you.
Did you have Medicare and Medicaid at one point?
Yeah.
Because he's been to several of the local treatment facilities in the past.
Do you still have Medicaid?
I don't have Medicaid now, but.
Okay.
All right, March the 10th will be the next hearing.
Thank you.
Finished it.
That finished up with the jail.
State of Ohio versus Brittany Kazee, case number CRB 24489.
Mr. Stratton's case, pre-trial.
Your Honor, she'll have $230 to pay today.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
380 minus 1.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
She's paying on restitution.
Yes.
I think they said afterwards they would pay 150 on the bond, 150 to her fees or something.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. She'll have 80 to pay today, Your Honor.
A total of 380. It's going to a different case. The jail is, or the court's still getting the 380. It's just going, it's being diverted to the Jamie. It's going 150 to her fines, 150 to the other, and then the 130 for mine, so.
Okay, so make your payment. We'll set it for another pretrial in April. What's your schedule, Mr. Stratton?
Latter part of April, Your Honor.
April 21st.
Okay.
How much is being paid today
80, right?
on this case?
Is it 130?
It's 80.
How's it 80?
said Jim.
If it's.
I'm sorry.
If it's 150.
That's why we're lawyers.
150, Yeah.
130 today. How much is the total that's been paid?
380 for her and me, so it would be,
On the restitution, the total was 260 that's been paid to date. She owes 670.47.
All right, so you're putting 130 towards it today. Is that it?
is that it? Let me just count this money real quick, because I don't know our math here. Our math is not mathing. I thought it was 130, but he said it was 80.
Sean said 80, and then he said, I'm a lawyer, not a mathematician.
Yeah, and I thought it was 130, so he said 80, so let's just,
You don't have to count it. Why don't you-
well, I don't want to say I'm going to pay something and then don't pay it, and then
Well,
it's
that's
like, well, you
okay.
didn't.
Let's take care of it out there. Your Honor, we'll do the math out there and take care of it.
But I'd like to know how much it's going to be.
Okay,
Promised 80, possibly 130.
yes, there we go.
At least 80.
Please state. Sorry, Your Honor.
It'd be better if it was
I
130.
won't out there with you.
State of Ohio versus Michael V. Chapin.
I'll be right out there.
CRB 24
When are we coming back?
April 21st.
April 21st.
Okay, I'll be right out there. We'll count it
Sean, let me
together.
know how much it is.
All right, go ahead.
Michael Chapin.
Your Honor, Mr. Gwynn, we contacted, here he is.
Excuse me, I spoke with the path, and Mr. Schaefer showed up for his initial assessment and has canceled the last 4 months.
And he's not here today. Okay, so, he's got 7 days before warrant issues.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Christopher L. Smith. Case number CRE 25-8.
Roger Smith's case for pre-trial.
Judge, I've been in contact with Mr. Smith. He cannot find a ride. He asked it to be reset until this Friday. I told him all I can do is ask if a warrant goes out, it'll go out next Monday, so.
I'll give him 7 days, I'm not setting it for Friday.
Okay, so I will let him know, Judge. Thank you.
Which case is this?
Christopher Smith.
Is this an extradition? When we come back?
Well, that's the plan.
Okay, Michael Chapin's insurance.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
You might like to take your next.
State of Ohio versus Casey Lynn Blevins. Case numbers CRB 24-488 A and B, CRA 24-487. Casey Blevins.
Casey Blevins is Mr. Smith's case for preliminary hearing.
It is, Judge. I thought she'd been in treatment. Let me see who with.
OVP.
Yes. I've been here a few times. I have no idea why she's not here.
She's here.
Was
Bree-
Ms. Clement here?
She was here.
Casey Blevins? Oh. We'll see if Bree has some information, Judge. I don't know. We've had several hearings that she shows up for.
It says 3-7 on my file, not in my notes, but just wondering if maybe that was discussed.
I've got 3-3. Casey Blevins, so you have.
Yes, I have a report for her, I'm sorry.
I had written down on January 17th, today's date, Judge. 3-3.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
She has been compliant, but she said this her last scheduled appointment.
She's not here, so that kind of worries me.
Okay. Yeah, she's not here, so 7 days before warrant issues.
I'll see if I can contact her and if you can reach
Like I
out.
say, wants to take, it is a felony. You want a warrant from here, or?
She's been compliant so far, so we're okay with the bid from here.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Amber Goodall, case number CRB 24566.
That's the one, Judge, that was set for trial today, but the state had a problem with the witness. We've rescheduled it for March 31st at noon. We agreed upon that date.
Case is scheduled for March 31st at noon for a trial.
Yes, thank you.
State of Ohio versus Bobby Joe Hoffman, case number CRB 24679.
This is all, actually Mr. Morford's case is on there.
May I approach her?
Yeah.
I'm just going for here, so I'm here to stand here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I was under the impression Ms. Hoffman had been accepted into QRT, is that correct? And that she will be participating with them. I'm not.
Yeah, Megan is in the jury room.
Okay. So, you want to dismiss this to QRT, or?
The last that we discussed this case on February 14th, my note was that she was barely compliant. So I don't know if she made a vast
The
improvement.
last report was not very good. This one's better.
So we're not opposed to that. If it's not something that is objectionable by the court. Because we know that the next step would be the grand jury if she doesn't keep on doing good.
She's interviewing next week for a job, and our recommendation, of course, would be to go to sober living until we can create stabilization with income as well as housing.
Okay. She agreeable to dismiss the QRT?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Case is dismissed to the QRT clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
I see Mr. Luffman up there on the screen. I'm not sure what he's- Eric Portman, we don't have to file for Eric Portman. Eric Portman. No?
I saw a report that it was bad. So.
I'll see if I can find it. State of Ohio versus Cody Kelly, case number CRB 18292, TRD 18628, A and B, CRB 16661. Is that your sentencing, Your Honor?
I don't know Mr. Kelly by sight. I checked for his, whether he had been checked in earlier and didn't see that he had been. No one's responded at this point.
There is a bond up on this one.
Thank you.
Mr. Sowers is being notified. Eddie Kelly failed to appear, said bond forfeiture for the 24th. I said no one for that time, so last Friday.
State of Ohio versus Austin Pritchard, case number CRA 181233A and B, CRB 181234A and B.
Is that percentage?
Yeah, are you in treatment or anything?
I graduated.
Okay. This again is Mr. Morford's case. I'm standing in.
Okay, we're just, I think mostly collecting payments. You made a payment February 3rd.
Yeah, I'll be making payment for 200 today.
Okay. See the clerk, make that payment.
Next day, yeah.
Mondays or Fridays?
Don't matter, Monday or Friday.
Okay. April 4th, then, I think is what it's going to be. April 4th.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. All right, Mr. Lothman is here. Mr. Workman's not here today. I think he's got a warrant outstanding.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yep, so Judge, for the record, I did go and reach out to him and was unable to get a hold of him. My paralegal did as well, and we sent him notice reflecting today's date and time. So unfortunately, I've not been able to get a hold of him. And assuming he gets found and comes back, then we'll look to go and address at that time, but I've done everything I can do on my end.
All right, thank you for that. And I did get a report from, I believe it's RRG, that said that he had failed to appear for an appointment, so it's kind of consistent. Okay, so the warrant will be issuing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Patrick S. Jones, case number TRC 19378, A, B, and C.
Mr. Smith's case.
Judge, I've got a report from RRG, if I may approach.
Yes. And I got a text on him too. Yeah. Okay, screens are good. Okay, you got an appointment today, it looks like.
I do.
Can you pay anything on your phone?
I have $20 to pay. I just got a new job at Superior Marine. I should be able to, yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So I should be able to get the rest of my funds paid off this month, I'm hoping.
What are you gonna be doing for Superior?
Deckhand.
Okay. Well, hopefully the weather starts getting a little better.
Yeah, I hope so.
As I say, it's, whatever it is, you're out there, so. But it pays better than working at Taco Bell. So.
Yeah, it does. I've been trying to get on there for a while now, for probably about a year.
Okay. All right. See the clerk, make your payment. What's gonna be best for your schedule as far as coming back to court?
It's 7 days on, 4 days off, and I start Monday, so.
Okay, so we'll have to figure it out. So you start the 10th next Monday?
If I'm sure I can just give them a notice and they'll be okay. But I start Monday, yes, sir.
It's 7 on and
4 off.
4 off. Okay, April the 11th, by my calculations, you should be off that day.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And if you pay it off, you don't have to worry about it.
Do you still want me to show up if I pay it off?
No, well, let's see. I think you have to because you're still getting treatment.
Okay.
April 11th, 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. See you, Park.
State of Ohio versus Thomas Lewis, case number CRB 24-791, CRB 24-751. Thomas Lewis.
Thomas Lewis. Mr. Smith's case, sent.
Thomas.
Set for sentencing today. Yes.
Mr. Lewis is seen doing new behavioral health, which is in our facility. And it shows that he has been compliant. He was very eager to start the program and is doing what is necessary.
Mr. Hill.
I have here some records that this young lady's attending to some counseling in Huntington at Grace Way Counseling Center, and her appearance today is very encouraging that she's doing a whole lot better. So hopefully there are some hard feelings being mended and some things that are being dealt with, some emotional things that they're benefiting, both of them are benefiting from. And I guess his treatment is going okay.
It is going well.
So all of that sounds good. So I think it would be beneficial for everybody concerned that they continue with some treatment for a while and we come back at a later date.
Mr. Smith.
Judge, I've spoken to my client. He wants to address the court. He has some concern. No, the treatment's going fine. It's some concerns about what's happened since this incident arose. Apparently his daughter's with her mother now. She's been getting Fs. She was getting good grades. She was in his custody. He wants to address the court.
Your Honor, these were through my mail, and I'm put in my mailbox. These are her report cards.
Okay.
Since she's been with her mother, she has 4 Fs. This is a notice of where she has missed the max amount of days of school, and these are all the days that she has missed since she's been with her mother. I'm concerned about her mental, her well-being, but as well as her schooling as well. But these are her records, if you'd like to see them. I'm concerned, I mean...
Well, what court has control over the custody and visitation issues? Is that
It was, Judge. I know we went to see Master McWhorter over a protection order situation. I assume the civil part of this case would still be in Ironton. It wouldn't be obviously in front of Your Honor, but I guess he'd like to come back sooner rather than later, just given her grades are not the best.
Okay, well,
He's just
the thing is, I don't have any control over that. I can't order any changes of custody or anything like that. But I'm assuming, is there another court that has made an order with regard to custody?
We're doing that. We have our next hearing is March 25th, and then it's supposed to be a final.
And that's at the Common Pleas Court here?
In Ironton with the quarter, and yeah, it's
Well,
custody and contempt.
Those things that you're raising, Mr. Lewis, are appropriately brought to that court's attention, because that court can make orders with regard to custody, visitation, that sort of thing. I can't make any orders on that, so that's not my jurisdiction.
That's fine, Your Honor. I'm just
So I mean, it concerns me if she's not doing well in school. So, anyway, Mr. Hill.
Well, Ms. Jefferson reminded me that today is sentencing.
Yes.
And that this really is just something extra that the court encouraged this young lady to do, which is not really, apparently, is not bearing directly on sentencing. And so I believe Ms. Jefferson feels like we should go ahead and have a sentencing hearing today because apparently she believes that Mr. Lewis should be punished, and she has, obviously, as the parent of the victim in this, has the right, I guess, to address the court on that.
Okay, I'll hear what you have to say, but I may not agree with you, so go ahead.
You want her to talk?
No, I thought Mr. Hill said that you had, she's a minor, correct?
Yes, well, I was under the impression, per our last visit here, our last hearing, that you accepted his guilty plea. However, you were not convinced about the suspended sentence, that you wanted her to come back in a month and testify. You told me to get her into counseling, so I did immediately. And she's went for the last month every week. And she's going today after this hearing because we thought she had to testify against her father. Because when we were here last time and he did the guilty plea, there were a lot of things he said. A lot of things he said that can be proven are lies about his attack on her. And so when she started to respond to that, you hushed her, as you should have. But her being a minor and never been in a situation like this, she didn't understand the importance of that, which was, you don't say nothing until we come back, and then you have your right to, he wants to hear what you've got to say. That's what the next court hearing was for. Because you weren't convinced about whether he should go to jail or not. He's claiming that her injuries were from squeezing out of a bear hug. He's claiming he never took her to Huntington McDonald's where he punched her in the face 4 times. And we have medical records that show she had a concussion also. And they said that they did a CT scan from the neck up, and I've got all the records in that they've had since we've done it. They did a CT scan from the neck up, and it showed 4 fist marks under the skin in the muscle to her face.
So for all, are you planning to present that today, or?
It's all, I gave all this to them. Also, when I left here last hearing, I went to the McDonald's in Huntington. I talked to the general manager. She said if the officer who took her statement would come over there, she's the only one that has access to the video, she would pull up and show that he did pull in there between 3 and 4 o'clock on November 19th where he beat her. Now, also, I have talked to Deputy Osterberg, the one that took her report, and he said that he's already checked with Proctorville.
This is getting
that he's already checked with Proctorville and South Point.
Hey, ma'am, I make an objection, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is all hearsay, so it's not, I'm not considering any of that today. Here's what I would prefer to do. I mean, it seems to me that the counseling is going well. I would prefer just to delay the sentencing, let him continue. I'm requiring him to go to counseling. I can't require her, but I suggest it. It sounds like it's going well for her, too. What I would prefer to see is that we pursue that and heal as much of this as we can. Because you can't change the fact that this man is her father, and he's going to continue to be her father. So let's come back in another month, and we'll see where we are then. And that will be after you've appeared in common police court and can address the custody issues. I can't address those in any of them.
You know, there's a CPL.
I'm not going to make an order that you'll be able to take into common police court and use. So we'll come back April.
I'm here the 4th, Judge. Yes, that's the first day I know I'm here.
April 4th will be the next hearing.
Is that not a good?
We have a March 25th hearing and then a final custody hearing toward the end of April. And there is a CPO until June right now, and if he was pled guilty, it's going for 5 years.
So I think we need to move it to maybe early May. Because their final custody hearing doesn't happen until the end of April.
And he's facing grand larceny.
I'll have to put my counter judge for May.
And like I said, the CPO goes against everything we're trying to heal together.
Just the only conflict I have would be May 2nd or May 23rd at this point.
Is there an actual court date in May?
I think it's, she said it was in the latter part of April.
Yeah.
He says the end of April is his final hearing date in front of the magistrate
Is the
court.
trial date
Okay.
for the custody up there.
May the 9th?
Available, yes, sir.
May the 9th will be the next hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Judge.
Continue with your counsel.
Just continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She says she's tired of coming.
State of Ohio versus Jeremy McMillan, case number PRC 22-769, A, B, and C, PRC 2024-10, A, B, and C, PRC 22-769, A, B, and C, PRC 14-23-21, A, B, and C. Jeremy McMillan.
All right, Jeremy McMillan is here. There was issues about his driver's license that came up before.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It does say non-compliant on there, it's just because he missed a group. His family was in town and they hadn't seen each other for a while, but it still does make him non-compliant. He's been doing well, doing everything he needs to do, continues to focus on work and picking up extra wherever he can.
He did come here and do some community service also.
Okay. Now, I thought there was a unresolved OBI that was still pending, is that right?
That's, it was not paid. I paid the money a week or so ago.
He's not been sentenced on 22-769, Your Honor, that's
769, okay.
or
I gave him an order for driving for, because I see that.
that's just been continued for sentencing, Your Honor, since 3/25/22.
All right, what's the state's position on that? He had an OBI we've never sentenced him on.
Well, he's done a lot. He's been here 100 times, I think, and he's done so well. I wouldn't want to see him, let's see here. What's the case number on that, Your Honor?
22-769.
All right, was that a second and 10 with a refusal, additional and 20? I've got a plea to an OVI on August the 5th, 22.
He probably did plead, we didn't.
Oh, we just haven't sentenced him.
It was a second offense.
Well, I mean, I think that he's done quite a lot to improve his life. So we would, if the court sentences him to that today, we wouldn't ask for any jail time to be imposed.
How about a dismissal?
I like that.
It happens occasionally, sure. That's fine.
All right, I'm going to dismiss it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
22-769, and it's related offenses are all dismissed. You still have other stuff you got to do.
You led the way.
You got rubber bands.
She took a rocket ball.
You got rubber bands around your fingers. There's more than that.
Okay, so keep working, keep doing your counseling, and we'll have you come back, on a special day, May 5th.
Yes, Your Honor, this one was dismissed and I'm coming back on my first one. What's
Well,
it?
you got 24-10 and, what was it, 14-23-41.
What do I need to have those took care of? Is it work time? Is there, what, I need to start working on something to complete that?
Probably fines and costs that are unpaid, and I want to see you, I want to monitor that you're still going to your counseling.
Yeah, I don't, there's no plan on leaving. I take responsibility for that. I thought I could make it up.
Yeah. So, I dismissed that case, but I'm not dismissing the other, so.
Understand.
Keep working.
Are these review hearings going on?
Yeah, we'll be reviewing. We'll set reviewing. It looks like, yeah, you still have quite a bit of fine and costs on 2410. I'm showing over $1,000 still over on that.
Your Honor, if I may, those are probably not up to date. We're on the sentencing docket. He can check in probation.
Go check with Mr. Major and sit down, go through it, and tell you exactly what you owe at this point.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr.
May 5th.
State of Ohio versus Reginald Scherer, case number TRC 24-763, A, B, C, and D.
This is Mr. Smith's case for sentencing.
He's got a report, it's dated Christmas time. I don't know if Amanda could give us a more updated report, but he's still enrolled at the VA. It tells me he's doing well. But that does have a little age on that report.
He got a good report from the VA in January.
Yeah.
Are these our copies, or you want these back?
I would like to have them back, sir, please.
Okay, we'll make copies. Okay, I've asked the VA liaison for a report. Mr. Cooper.
Grab a seat, we'll check the VA, make sure everything's good. I'll you back up. Chief, may I approach on an unrelated matter?
Yes.
State of Ohio versus Jared Nolan, case number CRB 24-160, A and B.
All right, and this is for review.
It's on the sentencing document. My name wasn't beside, but I did represent him back, I guess it was probably a year ago or so, about that ballpark.
Yeah, I think it's a review.
I don't see a bond, I'm not sure why it should be under sentencing.
Well, I might have to see. He's been here all day, because he was here when I had my...
Yes, sir, I accidentally walked in on your meeting, I apologize.
Your Honor, if I may, he turned community service in this morning also. I believe he still has a balance of 14 or 16 hours left to turn in.
And his problem is, well, it's not really, it's a good deal. He got promoted to foreman, he's working.
I got promoted as a foreman for Aspen Tree Service, and we're going to 5 days a week. And on Saturday and Sunday, I got to watch our kids. I got an 8-month-old, 11-year-old, and a 13-year-old.
Well, you can always go to jail.
No, I don't want to do that.
I mean, community service is in lieu of jail.
Right, I understand.
So, you gotta get a babysitter or whatever, you know. Don't make excuses, man. Just do it.
All right.
It's been a year. You gotta get it done.
My fines are paid off other than $15.
Okay. Well, I'll give you some time, get it done in the next time frame, and you don't have to come back. I gave you quite a bit of time since the last one. Let's make it May 2nd, so that gives you 2 months. Surely you can get
Yes, sir.
your community service and pay off your, what you owe in 2 months. If not, you gotta be here. Get it done and you don't have to fear.
9 a.m. for review, Your Honor.
Yes, review at 9 a.m. Okay, sorry that you had to wait all day.
Oh, no, you're fine.
16 hours. State of Ohio versus Robert A. Hill, case number TRD 24-335.
This is for sentencing. He has a bond up. Okay. What are you doing on your case?
I tried to pay my fine off, but when I was out there, she told me I had to come in here first.
You're gonna pay it off?
Yeah, it was $200 some, I believe.
I'm showing more than that. 385.
Oh,
210 is what you're paying?
yeah, I'll pay $210 on it.
Okay, and you got community service to do too?
Yeah, I do 3 days. You told me that after I got my foot healed, you let me take care of that.
Okay. Are you there yet?
Yeah, I'm good to go on that now.
Okay. Okay, and you're gonna pay 210?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll set you for May 2nd also. Gives you 2 months. Get it done, you don't have to come back. May 2nd, 10 o'clock for sentencing. See the clerk make the payment.
State of Ohio versus Kendall Gorby, case number CRB 24-381.
Okay, this is Mr. Gorby at Bethesda, and I saw him at Coach's graduation.
Yeah.
Is that what you all call him, Coach?
Yes.
Not really cool dude. Cannonball? Not allowed to blind cannonball?
We call him, everybody calls him something different, Coach or Cannonball.
Okay. His name's Brian.
Yes.
Okay, you're getting ready to get certified? Okay, very good. I think we can get this one over with. He's been in treatment for quite a while.
He has.
This delayed sentencing was one of those where delayed sentencing.
And I do believe that he's not going anywhere.
No, absolutely not.
I think, nor his family, so.
Okay. Dave, take any position on it?
Walmart theft, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, well, it sounds like he's done really well in treatment, so we don't take any position on sentencing.
Okay. Anything you want to tell me, Mr. Gorby?
Nah, I just really appreciate the opportunity sending me to Bethesda. It really kind of changed my life. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are you related to the Gorbys from Proctorville?
Absolutely.
Okay. Which ones?
Walter Gorby's my grandpa. Belinda Gorby's my mom.
Okay. All right, I'll suspend any fine. You've done so well, this is where you can pay the court costs. and 10 days in jail suspended. I'll order you to do 5 days community service. That's what we normally do on these. Here's the worst part. You gotta stay out of Walmart.
Yeah, I know.
You can go to Lowe's, but you can't go to Walmart. Review hearing August 25th. You still have to do your community service and pay your court costs. Congratulations. Go see Mr. Major about your probation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Stay clean. Whatever you gotta do to stay clean, do it.
State of Ohio versus Jaden Redmond, case number CRD 22-451, TRD 164201, A and B.
Jaden Redmond.
Your Honor, if I may, Ms. Redmond reported on January 27th to be here January 31st and was not here and has not been here.
Okay, and I think there's a bond up. Let's see. Yep. There is. So I have to let Mr. Sowers know. Bond forfeiture, March 24th.
State of Ohio recalls Trevor Dement, case number CRD 24-244, TRD 23-1645, A and B, and others.
Your Honor, I think we had some mixed signals earlier and an update from the counseling center.
Okay.
Yeah, I did a little follow-up with Trevor's counselor to get the facts straight. She said that the report that I submitted was not the most recent report, and that Trevor has since been engaged in group and is on task.
Okay.
So
Now
I
this,
called.
the one I got in front of me, dated February 27th, says he struggles with time management, he's late for groups, falls asleep in group.
Right, I think that was where we were maybe a week or two ago, and he's shown some improvement, but the letter wasn't updated to reflect that.
Okay.
We've discussed the offer. I believe what's pending is, it's still pending, are the two felony domestic violences. The state has indicated in exchange for a plea of guilty to the one not involving his father, which I don't have the case numbers off the top of my head, they would dismiss the one that involved his father, and would recommend a sentence of 6 months in jail, suspended. He's entitled to some credit for time served, but I don't know how much that is. We'd have to probably get a hold of the jail with some dates and figure that out. And a requirement that he continue counseling. We'd like to take the state up on that offer at this time.
Okay.
There's also the misdemeanor possession charge. We'd like to throw that one in there too.
Sure.
Well, the 23-380 involves, Cassandra Carter.
Yes.
And that's the one he would plead.
He'll plead guilty to that one.
Is that correct, Mr. DeMille?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want to tell me anything?
No, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to amend it to an M1 domestic. So
And that's under the same statute section.
Okay, I'll impose a $200 fine on court costs. 180 days in jail. How many days do you think you served?
Do you have any idea?
Maybe a week or two. I don't know.
I'll give you credit for 14. There you go. You can't argue with that. You the highest number you think you did.
We'll stipulate to that, Your Honor.
Okay. So 166. You still got, and the reason I did that is because you still got a bunch of jail time over your head to mess up. So I don't want you to mess up. I want you to do good, never go back to jail again. That's what you want too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Complete treatment at the counseling center. Was there any kind of protection order or anything, this Sandra Carter wanted?
No, I think that was dismissed a couple years ago.
She just wanted him to be good in treatment, but what we said at the time was that we would consider doing a misdemeanor. We weren't talking about dismissing that one. So that's what and we're glad he's done well.
Now, 23-514, I'm going to suspect is the one part of his dad that's for the city. It is?
Yes, there was a note on there about.
Okay, so it's going to be dismissed. 23-514 dismissed. And then there's a possession, or is it a possession of drug paraphernalia or something?
It's a misdemeanor possession charge.
24-344, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that.
Misdemeanor possession.
We'll plead to that one, and it's gonna just be suspended time.
Okay, $100 fine. 180 days in jail. Suspend 166. Credit for 14. Runs concurrent with the other.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. The ball is in your court.
Your Honor, there's also traffic.
He's got a driving under suspension from 2023.
Is that still pending? What's your license situation?
We'll dismiss it.
All right, thank you.
Prosecutor's gonna jump out of the spring.
Thank you. Do we have a review hearing date, Your Honor?
I'll give you one. Let's do about a month. How long you gonna be at counseling center? Do we know yet?
How long have you been there now?
Wow.
I've been there 2 months.
How long you been at 2-5?
Bridge is 30 and then there's 30.
We still got a little while.
Okay. Let's do, April the 11th.
Your Honor, he had raised the issue of removal of his ankle monitor earlier, and
Just depends.
we've spoken to his counselor, and if the counselor does support removing the ankle monitor, that's going to allow him to start taking passes and seeing his family.
Okay.
Checks out.
Everybody don't regret that.
No,
It means you
sir.
can start going to the CrossFit gym then, right?
Yeah.
Playing pickleball.
Yeah, I know, my gut's getting big, yeah.
You need to do, I still take classes and I'm 3 times older than you.
Right.
We had what's Josh Williamson? Do you know Josh? He went
Yeah.
there, he's a Fairland boy. He played football with my son. I said, and he was there and I said, you need to go to those classes. Oh, I'm too old, my back hurts. I was like, he's like 42 years old.
Right.
It's a pop. You get in there and get after it, man. That's part of, that'll help you with your recovery.
Yeah, the gym really helps my mental health.
Okay, April 11th, your next thing.
I'm sorry, what were you doing with the traffic? I missed that.
I dismissed it.
Okay. And what case do I put the ankle monitor in the minutes on?
I don't know what case it was fitted on, to be honest with you, Your Honor.
I don't know either.
No problem. It's
All right, just do an entry with all the case
I
numbers.
think it was 24-344. Charles in here.
So, may have been like bunch of bridges or
Yeah,
something.
it definitely wasn't recent.
Yes. It was filed on December 30th. It was in 24-344. All right, see Mr. Major back in your ankle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio recalls Reginald Sheriff, case number TRC 24762, 753, ABC and D.
And I did get a response from Ms. Rayburn.
Okay.
He's compliant, will continue treatment as long as needed. He can start the DUI group on his sentence if he wants his license back. So, Seth, you got a West Virginia license?
Ohio.
Ohio.
I live in South Point.
Okay. Well, I don't know what she's talking about there. In Ohio, we have our own driver intervention program.
Maybe she just assumed it was West Virginia because he's over to VA. I don't know.
They do, I don't know, West Virginia accepts their
They don't.
treatment program, because they require them to go to.
They do. It's like a 6-week-long program, so they don't recognize the 3 days.
Okay. So you got a good report. I mean, what do you want to do with this? We've been at it for a while, a long while.
Your Honor, he's done very well, and originally this is his first offense high score, so he's taken the initiative to improve his life, and I think, sounds like he's going to continue with the VA and use those services even after this case is over.
Most definitely, yes, sir.
So we would be okay if the court sentenced him today and did not actually impose any jail time.
It will be fine.
Okay.
I think he's earned that at this point.
Anything you want to say, Mr. Shearer?
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm so glad this happened. I am, because I was drinking pretty heavy. And if I didn't get stopped, I probably would have killed somebody or killed myself. So this was pretty much a blessing for me. And I thank you, I do. I thank Mr. Smith, I thank yourself. I feel so much better. I haven't had a drink since, and I feel so much better. I know I got a lot going on with health issues, and I'm thinking alcohol it helped it.
Well, you know, the latest scientific evidence, and that's always subject to change, but the latest is that there's no amount of alcohol that's good for you. They used to say a little moderate amount of alcohol was good for your HDL, cholesterol, things like that. They totally backed off of that now. There's no amount that's good, and I think you're not that old, but I think the older you are, the more that applies.
Yes, sir.
It has more of a damaging effect. It's harder to recover from, I think, as you get older. So anyway, you've got about almost a year then.
Yes, sir.
It's been quite a while, Judge. Yes.
Okay, so I'll do that. I'll give you the minimum fine because you're a veteran. That's $375. Or you pay the court costs. Your suspension's already up. I'll give you a 180-day jail sentence or a license suspension. That's over, but you still have to contact the BMV to get reinstated.
Yes.
So
Yes,
don't think it's automatically going to reinstate. You got to contact them, and they'll make you pay a reinstatement fee. I think that's probably the only thing you'll have to do.
Should be, Judge, yes.
20 days in jail suspended.
No,
5 days community service. I'm not going to require, I'm supposed to make you go to the driver intervention program, but you've done enough counseling that I'm going to say that's not required. So you don't have to go to 3-day school.
Thank you, Judge.
And you don't have to do any jail time because with your test score, ordinarily there would be mandatory jail. So no jail, no dip school. Set your review hearing for August 25th. So if you get everything done before then, you don't have to come back. You're to meet to check in with Mr. Major. He'll give you your paperwork as to what you're supposed to do. You had a speed offense. I'll impose a $20 fine on that, and I'll dismiss the lane violation.
We're not give you, you don't have to.
Distracted driving, I'll dismiss it.
Thank you, Judge, appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, yeah. We're good.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Court's adjourned.
See you guys. Good seeing you.
Hopefully Court Friday will be a lot shorter.
Hey, miss, he's getting ready to print out, give you the things so you can print out my notes.